Testing, testing.
Good morning and welcome again to the Benjamin Spark in the 2026 WINLOTT on the 19 Super 6 tournament, 50 over tournament. This time it's Grenada going up against Dominica. The story from the middle is that Grenada has won the toss and they have elected to bowl first. And so, of course, the local side is having the first knock. Of course, it looks to be a very good pitch to bat on. Still appears like there is some preparation moisture there. But of course, after the first hour, usually such moisture dissipate through evaporation. And of course, the surface gets better for batting. The openers, as usual, Armstrong, Alex Armstrong, and Darwin Lewis, the left-hander, will be first in, of course, the first deliveries. And at the top of his mark, it appears to be Aaron Edwards, a tall fellow, and he'll be operating from the northern end for Grenada, of course, looking to make some early inroads and put early pressure on the local side. Meantime, it will be Darwin Lewis, who did not get too many in his last match. The match before, he got some 30 odd, I think, but the very last match didn't score much. Hopefully today he can change his fortunes around and put up his hand for Dominica. Very splendid day for cricket. Here goes the first ball of the match. Short and slow, wide outside the off stump, but not wide enough, of course, to get the attention of the umpire. So the ball seemed to have delayed off the surface there. That's clearly an indication that there is a little bit of moisture lurking beneath the surface. Well up delivery there, Yorker length, and Luis is equal to the task, can score. So of course Grenada will be looking for a victory here, having won St. Lucia in their last encounter. Performance and a beautiful looking shot there. Just closing the face, very risky shot on the onside, and the batters will get two. So Lewis really showing some batsmanship there, some technical prowess, very well balanced at the crease, watching the ball very closely, allowing the ball to come under his eyes and closing the face at the last moment. So very good sign there by the left-hander. And Luis is on the back foot, just guiding this one towards first slip, or second slip rather. Very bright, sunny morning here at the Benjamin Spark, I must say. And the Luis is forward stylishly, button pad close together, just showing some technical prowess on this occasion there, and he can score. Of course, there are only two men outside the 30-yard circle. We are during the power play period now. So in 50 overs, there is something called power play. And the order is at third man, Stretish. 2-wicket loss after the first, Dominica. Outside the off stump, Armstrong ignores it. So for Armstrong, Tom again, and he ignores this one. Just been just a little watchful there, just been a bit circumspect, trying to get his eye in, trying to get his feet moving. To try and go over the infield. And that's one of the advantages, of course, batters have in the power play. And that really should have been dismissed there. His mindset should be first runs, and if I can't score, I defend. That looks more like taking a knock in the nets rather than looking to score. There's a gap there between what appears to be point and good ball there, well lined, good length, and just keeping the batter quiet on this occasion. I had no choice but to play defensively. So Grenada already looking good in their second over. Both bowlers, of course. Not a good ball, but just driving Armstrong, not able to pass the man at mid wicket. Shot mid wicket, that is. Lovely day for cricket here at the Benjamin Park. Lovely sunshine. In the air, caught it, and this one passes point and runs away to the boundary for 4. So that's the first boundary for Dominica. Short outside the off stump, and Armstrong of course, giving it the treatment pass. The man at point. Up and Lewis is looking to drive, just pushing this one down the ground. Just timing this one more or less, not ready, driving hard. And Lewis seems to be a bit more circumspect this morning compared to yesterday. So really looking. Of course, standing umpire Rogers Larocque and Javid Seaman, his partner. He's officiating this match today. Short, and it's pulling magnificently towards mid wicket. Pouncing on this one there. Doing Lewis. And of course, getting 4 all along the carpet. So Lewis certainly is not going to miss out on these. He's quite capable of playing the pull shot. Edward. And this time he's coming forward stylishly. Really displaying some good technique there on the front foot. Just meeting the length at exactly the right time. So really showing some purpose at the moment. Seems to be concentrating very hard. Edwards. Shot, and he's pulling again, and this time even better, all the way to the fence. What a superb stroke that was. You wouldn't see it get too much better than this, I guarantee you. Edwards can't afford to be short to this lad at this moment. The mood in which he is, the form, really playing, of course, every delivery on his merit. Stay tight, buddy. This is within his ability. He's very good at the pull shot. And so if Aaron Edwards misses his length, prize. Aaron Edwards, back of a length and looking to pull, but not making contact on this occasion. So this one was a bit slower, delayed off the pitch. And of course that takes us to the end of the over. Ten-minute lost the score. Of course, we just want to say good morning to the folks down there in Grenada. And this time he'll be delivering to Armstrong, the right-hander. And Armstrong ignores this one. He's on 4. 14 it is now, rather, without loss. So Armstrong just looking to bad time and cash in whenever he's able. Anyway, hit good balls. Again, defensively he plays. So he's quite happy with just occupying the crease. So he's not the type of player who will hit good balls away for 4. Or attempt to dispatch a back of a length ball that might just be in his area as compared to doing back down. He's going to pull you away whenever you miss your length. Armstrong again, forward, and they can score. Edwards from the southern end. Tallish line to Armstrong. And this one goes across the batter at good length. And Armstrong, of course, ignoring it. Armstrong again, playing defensively. Really think he should look to push the score in a bit, at least open the face, close the face, and try and pick the gaps near the wicket and take the quick singles. If you can't get the ball away, then you should try and deflect it. Take the quick singles. And really should be looking to open a bit more on that one and pick the gap between extra cover. But it's now 14. And it's a maiden over, actually, bowled by Jeremy Edwards. So can't afford to allow bowlers to bowl you maiden in white ball cricket. To try to really keep the score ticking over, pick the gaps, open the face, close the face. You can't score runs near the wicket as well. I think that's something that he has to improve on his game and keep the score ticking over, putting a lot more pressure on your partner. Bowler to you. So Jayon Henry is the new bowler. Will be operating from the northern end, number 13. And he's coming in from over the wicket. Short, and Lewis is pulling again. Bread and butter for the lad. And it's the third 4 that is hitting through mid-wicket in that fashion. You can't afford to pitch there to him. You would have thought that while he was looking before he was brought on, he would have learned that lesson. But it seemed as if he had to experience it himself. Lewis is already on 14 or 13 delivery, has a good strike rate of 107. So that's the sort of approach that you should have as an opener. And this time straight down the leg side. Appeal there by the keeper. But of course, Rogers LaRoque, the umpire, is unmoved. So contact with bat. We are still in the power play. Of course, power play overs. So the first 10 overs consists of the power play. Only 2 men are allowed outside the 30-yard circle. Everyone else must be inside the 30-yard circle. So if you're looking at your screen now, you might see a white circle just around the playing area. That's the restricted area. And so all most of the players must be within that white circle during the power play, during the 10 over period. And so because of that situation, the batters, of course, have an advantage where if they pierce the gaps and there's no backup fielder behind them, they can score much easier. Or if they hit, and so that is why it is so important for the opener to take advantage of the power play situation. Jayon to continue his work outside the off stump, and Luis ignores this one. 18 it is now without loss. Luis is on strike, the left-hander, of course, the son of the national fast bowler, Vincent Luis, who is currently a coach of the Dominica Cricket Academy right here at the Benjamin's Park. So a good line, good length, and Luis is equal to the task on the really displaying some technical prowess there with the bat, and rightfully so. That's the end of the over. It's now 18 without loss after 5. Yes. So Dominica losing their first wicket there. 21 for the loss of one. Armstrong was beaten there by a fantastic delivery at good length, just drifting slightly away from him, forced him to play. And of course, the keeper making easy work at the back. So Dominica losing their first scalp. 21 now for the loss of one. Dominica. And that's the reason why, Armstrong really needs to improve on his strike rate. Try and score a bit faster. If you're not going to survive these deliveries, then you need to be the one who bats long must be able to survive even the good balls, the very good balls as well. So he really needs to work on this aspect of his game. Opting to bat first, to bowl first rather, giving Dominica the first knock. The Windwards Islands under 19 tournament, 50 over tournament, sponsored by, of course, Dominica coming from a defeat yesterday. We'll be looking for a victory here today. Luis again attempting the pull shot, but not negotiating well. Because he has to be mindful of the man at deep backward square leg. Of course, mid wicket is somewhere near the wicket inside the circle. So he has to be mindful of where he's directing his shots. Luis always has a positive mindset, just looking to push the score along. And this time allows you to go by outside the off stump. Good length ball there. Just keeping it on about the sixth stump there about. Fifth stump, sixth stump. That corridor. Just trying to lure the batter into a false stroke towards the sleep, perhaps. And this time straying down the leg side as the umpire does some exercise now. Rogers Larry. Lewis is on 14. Gian is into his second over now. And he's operating from the northern end. This time bringing the batter forward. Good length ball there. Just landing the ball in a good area. The zone of doubt, as we describe it sometimes. Batters don't normally know whether to come forward or go back. It creates some doubt in the minds of the batter. And sometimes you just see them push the bat, not move forward. Back of a length and just turns this one around the corner for a single. Good looking stroke. And keeping the score ticking over, importantly. This brings, of course, batter into strike. That's Aiden Burton, of course, the man who's in form. Last match didn't get too many, but he has an opportunity today to bounce back with a good knock. Burton, the left-hander. And of course, the bowler just aborting his run there. Tion Henry is coming in from over the wicket to the another positive batter. So we have two positive batters at the crease right now. They'll need a good partnership after having lost an early wicket. This one is well up and is driving, but can't beat backward point. Yes, the sun is out in all of its glory at the moment. Brilliant sunshine and perfect conditions for cricket. Yeah, very scenic. Lovely surroundings. Beautiful trees, and the vegetation is so absorbing in the background. Of course, and they will take a single here. And we can see, of course, some of the seabirds, as we call them locally, that hovering over the western sky from over the sea, the Caribbean Sea. Of course, it's now 24 for the loss of 1. No? Outside the off stump, and he ignores this one again. Luis, of course, looking good so far for his 15 of 22 runs, balls rather. Accurate. Darwin Luis, the left-hander, 15 of 22 deliveries. Looking to push the score, give Dominica that very good and needed start. And this time he's driving straight down. Of course, the bowler attempting a run out there, but they will get the single. Yeah. 25 for 1 the score. Jeremy Edwards. I see. Low full toss, and of course, Luis, I suspect, was a bit surprised by that delivery. They had to check the shot. It seemed as if the ball came off the hand of the bowler a bit slower than he expected. Realizing this, I had to check the shot. Otherwise, I'm sure that would have been blazing through cover or somewhere there. Bowler, I suspect, just trying to mix it up a little bit. And this time, just pushing down the ground. At first, attempting the single, but had to abort the idea. Of course, he was sent back by his partner, and rightfully so. They would have risked taking a single there. So sometimes you have to play with that level of discretion. Of course, your partner must protect you as well. So he was adamant at first, but then his partner had to strongly send him back. Short, and Luis is looking to pull, but not making contact. Wide, signals umpire Javid Seaman. As the ball drifting down the leg side and going above the head of the batter, Darwin Lewis. But he's not afraid of the full shot. but properly because there's a deep fine leg in place. So I'm sure that's a trap set there for him. He has to be aware of. Outside the off stump, Luis ignores this one altogether. Of course, we already have Nurse Andrea Joseph on site, just in case of emergency to provide assistance, medical assistance, along with Miss White. So both are on site. This one jumping there, bouncing a bit more than he expected, almost a Jaffa-like delivery. And it's now 26 for the loss of one at the end of the over. Well, you know, Winston Lewis perhaps would have liked to provide some assistance here in the come box and partner with me, but his son is batting now, so that doesn't seem likely whenever his son is batting. His focus is on doing this. So Henry to continue from the northern end. Of course, he has been toiling so much. First wicket, and Lewis just working this one around. Go to the boundary, and it does. And of course, it's 4 more to Lewis as he moves to 19 now, 30 for the loss of 1. So it's Burton, in fact. They are both lefties. So it's Aiden Burton, the taller of the two. So Aiden Burton is the man who just got that boundary. And that takes him to 6, of course. So far, a healthy strike rate of 120, 6 of 5 deliveries. Appeal for a caught behind, and of course, umpire just Larock says no. There was a noise when the ball passed near, of course, Aiden's pads. Short there, but Mr. Larock is convinced that there was no wheelo on this one. $31 for 1 the score, as 30 actually for 1 the score, as Henry down the leg side again. So Henry is having some difficulty with his line here, and another wide. Really needs to calibrate a bit better. They perhaps needs to reduce his pace a little bit and concentrate on finding his. It is more important to be accurate as far as lines than pace. So perhaps he needs to just settle down, get his line right first. Because currently there are 2 left-handers in the crease, so it can't be the combination of left-right that is inducing that sort of alignment. In the air towards mid-on, the ball falling short, and the batters will get 1. So really straight on, just landing the ball outside, just on about the off stick, top of off stump. Try to get his body to fall in that direction. So his mechanics, he needs to adjust his mechanics, his bowling mechanics, so to speak. He's bowling from over the wicket to the lefty. And he's driving Lewis, but straight to mid-off. Misfield there, and the players at first were attempting a second run, and now they'll get it. Another overthrow. The fielder, and after throwing it in, there was an error, of course, at the back of the stumps, and finally allowed for the run. So just a little lapse there in fielding by Grenada. And this brings, of course, but into strikes. He's on 7 button. And Dominica is currently 35 for 1. Henry from over the wicket. Low full toss, and Lewis is driving straight back. Of course, Midoff moving quickly to his left. The batters for 1. So Burton was the man driving. Lewis is on strike now. And he's beaten outside the off stump there. Of course, that's the end of the over. And after 9, it is 36 for 1. So that's the ladies here at the Benjamin Park between Grenada and St. Lucia and Dominica. Of course, Grenada winning the toss and choosing to bowl first. You are watching the WINLOTT Windward Islands under 19 50 over tournament sponsored by Super 6. Scorers Troy, John Charles, and Jalil Lewis. The scorers here doing the electronics and providing accurate information here. Of course, Jalil is a teacher of the Portsmouth Secondary School and now offering services here in this tournament as a scorer, as well as Mr. Mike, also a teacher at the Portsmouth Secondary, and providing services here with the medics. Burton, short, and this one is outside the off stump. Little extra bounce there, sort of a somewhat tennis bounce. First Burton watched it very carefully and ignored it. One slip in place though, one slip, a deep third man, straightish, backward point. There's a man at cover point, cover, mid off, deep fine leg, or deep backward square leg rather, and short mid wicket. We are into the 10th over, of course, the final over of the power play. Again, it's ignored outside the off stump. So Jeremy Edwards is the man who picked up the first wicket. He's into his 5th over, conceded so far only 9 runs. Economy rate of 1.9, just under 2 runs. So has done a very good job here so far for Grenada. And again, outside the off stump wide signals the umpire this time. That's umpire Javid Siman. And there seems to be a bit of a tennis bounce on that side of the wicket. Off stump. And again, that tennis bounce up in the air and the ball falling in no man's land. So that bounce seems to be making life difficult for the batters. A sort of tennis bounce just outside the off stump of the left-hander, especially on the northern side of the wicket. But we'll see how it plays as time continues, as it dries up more. And of course, that brings us to the end of the over, the end of the power play. And it's now 38 for the loss of 1. Meantime, of course, down there in Grand Bay at Geneva, St. Vincent and the Grenadines are going up against St. Lucia. St. Lucia, of course, won the toss and opted to bat first. St. Lucia is currently at 29 without loss after 6.3 overs. So that's the situation. 29 without loss after 6.3 overs. Henry? And Burton, of course, just looking to dab this one there. I'm sure he was targeting that gap that he's viewing between deep third man and short backward point, but wasn't able to make contact. Just looking to capitalize on that length and the width that was given to him, but he wasn't able to make contact. Henry, continue from over the wicket, short of a length outside the off stump, and Lace or Burton rather is allowing this one to go by. Getting a bit of trouble in bounce there, and you don't want to risk it, especially when the ball is that close to you, too close to court, and with a little bit of bounce. This one going right through the batter on this occasion. Almost had his man there. He has to be careful not to attempt to play too much across the line, but instead play down the ground. And if he wants to target mid-wicket, close the face. But if a straight is bat, so he has to adjust his technique there that the ball doesn't go through while he's trying to target mid-wicket. Full toss, and let's see what the umpire says. It's a no ball. So, of course, this one was above the height of the waist, and it's going to be a free hit. So he has an opportunity now, of course, to cash in. 39 it is for the loss of 1. So let's see what Burton does with this one. Let's see if he can take advantage of this free hit. Henry, and he's driving down the ground straight between mid-on and mid-off, but he'll only get a couple. So not really getting the contact to get the ball away to the fence. But of course, I'm sure they'll be satisfied with 2. Burton is on 11 of 19. He's looking to forge a partnership there with his partner, Dominica, Lewis, who has been there from the start. Henry. And Burton ignores this one outside the off stump. So both batters, it appears, are really looking to forge a healthy partnership now. Having lost an early wicket. Alex Armstrong only went for 6. And of course, ever since this pair has been really making efforts to rebuild that damage that was done, to repair rather that damage that was done, and build a partnership. So of course a partnership of 20 by this pair since the fall of the first wicket, and after 11 it is 41 for the loss of 1. Another cool day here. Of course, there's a gentler breeze blowing here at the Benjamin's Park, and the sun is streaming down beautifully at the Benjamin's Park. And of course, a few fans seen on the southern end of the grounds in the stands, looking on and giving support. And I'm sure more will come in to watch the match as Edwards continue. Left-hander is driving through the offside, but we'll only get one. Edwards, the left arm medium pacer. Has one wicket so far, so he's the only one who has taken wickets so far. It's over. Full toss. Looking to drive, but not really getting the contact that he was looking for. But of course, will settle for the single. Lewis is on strike. He's on 19. And Lewis is driving, but straight to man. Straight to cover. And Lewis is bowled. No ball. Edwards finally getting his man, but on a no ball. Unfortunate there for Grenada. So Luis, of course, is a very lucky man here. He gets a life. Luis gets a life of a no ball. So hope he learns from that and make the necessary adjustment. I think he needs to adjust his footworks. On the front foot for that last delivery there. And shuffle across and play on the front foot. And now he seems to be losing his concentration. Just throwing the kitchen sink at this one. Bowling is not the easiest at the moment. The wicket is not really favoring the batter because of the bounce. The tennis line. And the batter is trying to just perhaps force the ball away. They can't beat the field as it seems on about the 30-yard circle. And this time he's driving towards the onside. And they will get a couple. Trying to get the ball away now, just making his intentions known. Just trying to push things. Of course, they don't want to be bogged down by the bowlers. Just attempting a few chances and looking to push things around. Taking a quick single now. Dive in for his crease just to ensure that he arrives home safely. And of course, Luis is on the ground now and hopefully he's not injured. The umpire has called for the medics, it seems, so perhaps he has suffered a little bruise there. So Miss White is currently making her way towards the field and towards the player. So he'll be giving some attention there to ensure that he's okay to continue play. 47 it is for the loss of one. welcome back to, of course, the Benjamin's Park and to this encounter between Grenada and Dominica. Dominica is currently 47 for the loss of 1. And Luis, of course, belting another one to the boundary. There on the surface to this left hand. It's easy pickings for him. Luis. And this time he ignores it outside the off stump. So he has been playing a very responsible knock, I must say. Very watchful and taking advantage of scoring opportunities whenever it comes in his arc, in his zone. So just playing according to knowledge of himself and playing sensible cricket as well. Knows his scoring areas and he waits for them. And this time driving through the offside, through covers. Splendid looking shot there, gorgeous drive. And they will get a double for that. Remember, this is the WINLOTT, Windward Islands Championship. Hosted right here. And sponsored, of course, by Super 6. Grenada, of course, within the toss and electing to bowl first here. But Luis is the man who's looking to push things for Dominica at the moment. Really looking good as a batter. Has shown some good resilience there. At some point, of course, he was losing his concentration, playing a few rash shots and given some guidance, and had to actually settle again, just refocus. It is so easy to lose your focus when batting. And this time he's driving beautifully down the ground, beats the fielder, and it goes into the fence for 4. Scintillating shot there by the left-hander. Well timed, superb timing. And it really doesn't get much better than this. 57 it is. And that's the end of the over. After 13, it is 57 for 1. So Dominica having a much better start today here. Of course, the top order are performing much better than compared to yesterday. And rightfully so. Because Grenada will be looking to take a few more wickets. We might just see the introduction of slow bowling by Grenada. So Aravinda Bishop, there's something about that name that I fancy. Really sounds like one of the Oriental players of Sri Lanka or even India. Aravinda. And I heard a comment there at my back that he bowls like Bishu, the former West Indian spinner. He has a similar bowling action. So we'll have to wait and see how the batters fare out against the spinners. It was the spinners, of course, that did the damage against them yesterday against St. Lucia. And, of course, one of the fast bowlers who picked up a few wickets as well. So this appears to be the off spin from the front of the arm outside the off stump, and he ignores it. So Burton is on strike. He's on 12. So we'll have to wait and see how they fare out against the spinners on the surface. I suspect it might just be spin friendly. Shot outside the off stump. Wide signals umpire. Appeal for caught behind. And the umpire, of course, maintains his signaling of wide. And no attention, of course, is given to the appeal. They are also looking towards the square leg umpire, Rogers Larrock, and no response in their favor. And they are still pleading with the umpire, asking questions of the umpire. They were, they were very adamant, very convinced by their. Aravinda Bishop already posing some difficulties, and this time it's ignored outside the off stump. So it's a little off spinner. Seems to have some good lines, good lengths, and getting some purchase from the pitch. Again, just outside the off stump. And it seems as if Burton has learned his lesson. So he knows deep down that he got away with that one. This one is short. And even the short and wide ball wasn't taken advantage of. Perhaps he could have tried to dab this one and make something out of this one. Given that it was that short, he had time to shuffle across. This one is closer to him and it beats him at better length, of course, going through his defenses. So he seems to be having some difficulty, that is Burton, with this particular off spin. Aravinda Bishop producing some fantastic off spin bowling here. Good line, good length, and it's beaten again comprehensively. Going through his defenses and of course attempting the stomping at the back, moving the bails there as Burton of course lost his balance, but luckily his feet was behind the line, the return crease that is. So Aravinda Bishop, flighty delivery and stifling drive there, not quite getting hold of it, and that brings us to the end of the over. After 14, it is 59 for the loss of 1. So I suspect the captain might just switch to spin on both ends, realizing obviously that the batters are having some difficulty with the slow bowling. So he might just go with spin on both ends. And of course, Shamel Hillier is the other spinner who is being employed right now from the northern end. So it's spin on both ends of the wicket. And so they are just looking to, of course, pick up some wickets here, realizing that the batters are having some difficulty, particularly Burton. Let's see how Darwin Lewis fares out against the other spinner on the northern end. Hillier between the umpire and the stumps. Looking to drive and he's given out. Going for the big hit. He was beaten in flight. So in Grand Bay at Geneva, St. Lucia is 56 for the loss of 2 after 10.2. So St. Lucia 56 for the loss of 2 after 10.2. And immediately he's off the mark. Just showing some finesse there. The third man region. And so Fontaine is off the mark. Just using his crease, going into the depths of his crease. And just chopping this one towards the third man region. Showing some dexterity with the bat there. And this time ignores this one outside the off stump. So appears to be another off spinner. That's Helia. Chanel Helia. He's coming in from over the wicket to the captain. And is looking to sweep there. The ball, of course, hitting him on the pads. Stifling appeal there. And, of course, an extra will be given to the local side, as was signaled by Rogers Larocque. This brings Aidan Burton into strike. Aidan, of course, has had some difficulty. Let's see how he fares against the other spinner, off spinner that is. Full toss, and he's driving, but he'll only get one through the offside. Still a splendid day for cricket here at the Benjamin's Park. And it has been sunny all morning. Hillier from over the wicket. And the captain very watchfully drives down the ground towards mid-on. And they'll only pick up one. 64 for 2 the score. Ravinda Bishop will continue operations from the southern end. And he'll be, of course, serving up to the captain, Lucinho Fontaine, who's already off the mark. And he's on free. A very consistent batter. Bishop, short, and Fontaine is, of course, pulling this one square of the wicket. And, of course, between Fontaine and Aidan Burton, really putting some pressure on the fielder there. The ball went quickly, of course, to the man at deep square leg. But despite this, of course, the batters were still able to pick up 2 runs. So, very good run in there between the wicket. Fontaine, he's on 5. Bishop, outside the off stump, and he's driving splendidly through the offside for 4. Was impeccably driven there through the offside, crouching nicely into it, well balanced, presenting the face there towards that position. And of course, there was no doubt that it would have gotten to the fence. So Fontaine really looking to capitalize on scoring opportunity. Of course, And of course, on about the stumps, back of a length rather. But Fontaine is just working this one on the onside, but they can't score. So, of course, Fontaine, of course, there with the bat. And so he's not going to linger without scoring. He's going to take advantage of every opportunity that presents itself. This time, just showing some finesse. With the ball going straight to first slip. Fontaine, of course, is beginning to make the spinners look. Bishop, and he's driving again, but finds point square of the wicket on the offside, and they can score. Bishop from over the wicket. Good delivery, good length there. Just cramping Fontaine for room, and they can score. 70 for 2 the score after 16. Helia. He's back into the attack from the Nodland, and he's serving up to Aiden Burton, making his adjustment, bowling to the left-hander, and going back to bowl to the right-hander. So, So that change from left to right and right to left usually challenges the concentration of the bowler and his calibration, so to speak. And he's pulling this one, but the ball is rebounding from a short mid-wicket off his legs, and they can't score. So Fontaine, of course, is looking ambitious, so to speak, at the crease at the moment, but also looking to play a responsible knock as usual. Helia. And Fontaine is pushing defensively. This is the WINLOTT, Windward Islands Under-19 Super 50 Championship, held right here in Dominica. The host side, of course, taking on Grenada. Grenada winning the toss and opting to bowl first. And again, Fontaine looking to exploit that gap there in the gully, but can't score. 73 for 2 the score after 17. Meantime, down there at Geneva in Grand Bay, St. Lucia is 77 for the loss of 2 wickets. So St. Lucia is 77 for 2. Aravind Bishop continues, this time from around the wicket to the left-hander. And he's beaten, all ends up, squared up somewhat there, bounce and turns. So really, Bishop is posing some difficulty to the left-hander Burton. So he has to really concentrate much harder to Aravinda, because he's the one that has been bothering him. And again, it's bowled! Bishop castles Eden Burton Previously, he was beaten through the gate several times, the ball going over the stumps, but this time, of course, the ball colliding into the timbers, and Burton has to make that slow walk back to the heart. Dominica losing their third wicket. 73 for free. It is. Meantime, it is 77 for free at Geneva. Interestingly, the ball before this dismissal here at the Benjamin's Park, St. Lucia lost their third wicket. Just the ball before. So it is now 73 for free here at the Benjamin's Park, and it is 77 for free at Geneva in Grand Bay. St. Lucia batting down there. So Aravinda Bishop really has been troubling the left-hander, that is Burton. We saw that in the previous overs that he bowled to him, and he was really looking threatening, and finally really had him castled in that last delivery there. So it seems as if Bishop is his nemesis, literally his nemesis. Of course, we are seeing a few more fans there in the pavilion on the highway. That is the southern side of the ground. That's a spot that folks like coming in to watch cricket. And we're seeing a number of vehicles parked there as well. So more folks are gathering to. Really beating the batter. All ends up going past the outside edge. The batter was squared up somewhat there by the movement of the delivery. So he seemed to be really getting some pitches there. That's Bishop. And again outside the stump at good length. And that takes us, of course, to the end of the over. 73 steal for the loss of 3. Meantime, Hillier will continue his work from the northern end. He'll be bowling, of course, to the captain, Lucino Fontaine. And Fontaine is comprehensively forward, bat and bad close together. Really looking studious there. Watching the ball very closely and applying very sound technique. Fontaine. And this time he's sweeping this one around the corner, and he will go all the way for 4. Picking up the line and the length, of course, and really just sweeping this one around these bars. There's no man down there, and of course taking advantage of that gap. So Fontaine move up by 4 runs. Fontaine is now on 15, has a healthy strike rate of 88. And of course, since his appearance at the crease, looking to make a solid contribution to his side. Fontaine, he's the captain. 77 it is for loss of free. Meantime, resistance now and also milking the bowling. So he's making it look much easy. Fontaine. And again, swivel this one around the corner. Good looking shot there. And we'll get another boundary. So, of course, Hillier just missing his line and his length again. Drifting slightly down the leg side. Fontaine just helping this one around. And will earn another boundary. For the loss of free. Fontaine pushing the scoring. And is now 19 of 19. A strike rate of exactly 100. Hillier. Let's see what he has up his sleeve this time. Good length. But Fontaine, of course, is working this one on the onside towards mid-wicket. And, of course, they'll only take one. So Fontaine is also milking the bowling, keeping the score ticking over, and of course capitalizing on boundary scoring opportunities, and that's a sign of good batsmanship. So he's really looking to push things, doesn't want the innings to be stagnant at all in any way. Meantime, of course, Eden Britton will be looking, of course, to do his share. Good delivery there. Rather, it's Christmas, Kellen Christmas, pardon me. And of course, that takes us to the end of the over. 82 it is for the loss of 19. Meantime, just to give you an update in what's going on there between St. Lucia and St. Vincent and the Grenadines. St. Lucia is 87 for the loss of 3. Aravinda Bishop continues his work from the southern end. And it's going to be interesting to see how the captain, Fontaine, fares out against Bishop. Bishop seems to be the more effective of the two. Short and wide with some bounce, but Hillier was on top of the bounce. Or rather, Fontaine was able to pick up the single in that gap there behind square on the offside. That's backward point. Of course, the man at point had to do some work moving to his left to cover that area. That area is vacant at the moment. Of course, this brings the left-hander into strike. That's Christmas. Bishop in the air, and it's trapped. Caught and bowled opportunity. Christmas, of course, played on the back foot in the air towards the bowler. The bowler, of course, having to just move to his right or dive. The ball landing in his hands, and he wasn't able to hold on to it. So an opportunity went begging there. And, of course, Christmas gets alive. 83 for the loss of 3. Of course, looking to take a quick single, and they will get it. Just put in some the fielders, and you could see a few of the fielders disappointed in their teammate. Really felt that that should not have happened. But batters really have to learn the art of adjustment. You have to have that philosophy. Expect any ball as a batsman. Chance of a run out there, and the batter is diving into his crease, and that takes him safely home. So good run in there and good sense of what is happening. Of course, realizing that he was in danger, dived with the length of the bat in front of him, of course, and that did the trick. So he was safely home. So, and that's what I'm talking about. As we just saw, of course, Christmas, realizing that he was in a bit of a danger there, some distance away from his crease, needed to put on the dive, and he did so. Really makes for a good batter. The Bishop, and the batter is punching down the ground on the back foot towards mid-on, and of course taking a very good quick single. So just playing in front of the bat, the ball. Chance of a catch, and the ball falling between the two fielders. The man at deep mid wicket and the man at square leg, and of course, Fontaine not timing this one properly, and almost getting caught there in the deep. 86 for the loss of 3 after 20. So 86 for the loss of 3 after 20. Of course, those of you who are just tuning in, Grenada, of course, won the toss and elected to bowl first. And currently, the local side are 86 for the loss of 3. Of course, the captain is at the crease now, Fontaine, number 1. And he is partnered by Kellen Christmas. Meantime, Hillier will continue operations, has already picked up the 1 wicket, looking to add to his tally of wickets here and make some further inroads into the batting lineup of the local side, Dominica. But the captain, of course, has been putting up some very good resistance so far. Outside the off stump, looking to cut, but not making contact. Very splendid day for cricket here, and perfect weather for cricket. Bright sunshine here at the Benjamin's Park, and a cool breeze, of course, is blowing from the northeast. Fontaine, meantime, just working this one around the corner and taking a single. So Fontaine, of course, has the right approach at every opportunity he gets, and of course taking the occasional boundary. So the boundary scoring opportunities, he's taking them as well, and he's also milking the bowling, taking the singles, taking, of course, the doubles, and just keeping the score ticking over, and rightfully so. That's the approach that's required. Of course, joining me is Vincent Lewis in the comebacks, as of course the left-hander Christmas takes a single towards the onside. Good morning to you, Vincent Lewis.
Morning to you, Crampton. Morning to the viewers. Having some lovely cricket at the Benjamin's Park today, Crampton.
Yeah, so far, lovely cricket, as you quite rightly said. Of course, Vincent Lewis, you must be disappointed now. Your son didn't score too many. How much did he make?
Not enough, Crampton.
I know you are disappointed, but he had a good start. So he was still looking to push on things, played some fantastic shots, seems to be very capable on the pull shot. I was quite impressed at watching him play the pull shot. So he's not afraid of the fast bowlers at all. And the bumper.
Yes, Crampton. I think he has a lot of work to do against the spinners, though. Keep throwing his hands against the spinners.
Yes, certainly. So I'm sure there's enough time for that. You are there. I'm sure you can take him to the nets and do some work on him as far as batting spin. And this one is dropped through the hands of the man standing at short mid wicket. Really struck this one powerfully, and I think that's what saved him.
Yes, Crampton. In cricketing terms, we say man don't catch bullets. That was hit ferociously, Crampton.
Yes, you really. This is interesting. Man don't catch bullets. That's a nice way to put it. Christmas is in the attack now. Elegantly just punching this one towards the outside. And of course, that brings us to the end of the over. 90 it is for the loss of 3 after 21. Of course, Lewis going for 32 of 41. So it was a decent little knock. It's a good contribution to the scorecard. But I'm sure he'd have liked to get his half century after such a good start.
Yes, Crampton. I mean, nothing was troubling him. He was batting well. It was the first ball of the off spinner. He didn't look. He didn't see what the ball was doing, and he just fired and got stumped.
Yeah, so he needed to be a bit more circumspect. Just have a look, assess the spinner, assess how he plays off the surface. Get his bounce, and then after that you make your own calibration. You for the spinner as it were, and that's where discretion comes into play. The thinking cap. So cricket is not just about being able to drive and pull and defend. You also have to have your thinking cap on. It also requires thinking, thought, discretion, analysis, so to speak. It's not just for the commentators.
Yes,
the cricket pundits, but also those out there in the middle. They have to have their thinking cap on, both bowlers and batters. It's like a cat and mice game. You're playing against.
Not for the weak-minded, Crampton.
And you have to be mentally tough as well. Seriously. I remember once there was a lad that I was batting with, and it's not me, it's my partner. A very good opening partnership. We reached about 80 without loss. And, literally he left the wicket and went. You literally could see in his body language he was on the pitch. He had lost his concentration totally. I had to walk up to him and keep walking up to him to keep him on the pitch mentally. So, concentration, mental toughness is very key to batsmanship as well.
A very big aspect of the game, Compton.
And talking about concentration being a big aspect of cricket and especially, batsmanship, what would you suggest to young cricketers to build their focus? How can they build concentration? What things can they do in order to build concentration?
A lot of the past guys would say reading. Reading does help with concentration. So you could read books, you could find books that you enjoy, topics that you enjoy, and then you read. Ensure that you read novels. This is what could help with a bit of concentration. And just speaking to people who has played the game, trying to pick their brains, trying to find out how they did it, and then implement that into your game.
Well, Vincent Lewis, you are misfield, and that allows perhaps for two. Two is the call here, and they will get it. Yes, of course, lots of reading. Certainly is one of the ways players can build their concentration, and also playing a lot of mind games like chess and what we call draft. Of course, the official name being dam. So a lot of draft and chess and how do you call that? The checkers, the word games and Sudoku, that we see in the newspaper. All of these things help to build focus. And if you are the type who doesn't like reading as such, you could just take materials that you enjoy. Anything could be about cricket itself that you have a passion for. Read a lot about cricket.
Definitely.
You know, the important thing is to keep your mind at one place for long periods, and that helps to build vision of your focus.
Yes.
And that is what you need when you're out there batting. Of course, it's now 96 for the loss of free. You know, so yeah, so I'm sure you'll be working on, of course, your son's focus, and of course his technique as well, his approach to spinners, so that he doesn't end up falling often whenever he faces the spinners after a good start.
Yes, Crampton. Definitely.
So your work is cut out. And perhaps you might have to bring in other coaches as well to help him with that particular flaw in his batting.
See a new bowler coming into the attack right now.
So Mitchell is the new bowler. Desmond, or Desron is it? Desron Mitchell is the new bowler into the attack. And it appears he's going to be doing some slow bowling. Leg spin. So he's a leg spinner. And let's see how Christmas, of course, fares out against him. Christmas is on 5. And he's, of course, getting a run immediately off him, of his first ball. Through the offside, just in front of point, just square of the wicket. Of course, there's a man sweeping down there for the lefty. But this time he's at deep mid-wicket. There's deep square leg. There's mid-on, short mid-wicket. Extra cover. There's point. One slip is in place. And of course there's long off. Mitchell. Driving, fronting, just pushing towards the offside. Not quite of this one, but we'll take the single. Like I said earlier, he's looking to mill the bowling as well. Doesn't want to remain stagnant at the crease. Wants to keep the score ticking over, and rightfully so. Mitchell. And of course, Christmas is beaten the outside. Good length ball on about the 6th stump, thereabout, 5th, 6th stump. Back of a length. Appeal for caught behind. The umpire is not moved. The keeper left from behind the stumps, and he came right in front of the umpire, begging, I would say, imploring rather, for the leg before. And finally, the dreaded finger goes up. It was hard work in the appealing by the players. They maintained the appeal. And of course, he was given out caught behind finally. So why I haven't seen that, where the keeper left behind the stumps, traveled all the way down the other end, and stood in front of the umpire with his gloves stretched out open, pleading with the umpire. So it's a while I haven't seen that. But finally, of course, the umpire raising that finger to give him out. So it seems as if the standing umpire was given some assistance by the square leg umpire. So it was given out by the square leg umpire. And of course, Mr. LaRock just raising the finger on receiving that confirmation, or I would say assistance from the square leg. So, well, umpiring sometimes happens in partnership, in tandem, and that's why he's there. So you need sometimes 2 heads and 4 ears and 4 eyes to make decisions. Of course, Davis, who had a good knock yesterday, is the new batter to replace Kellen Christmas. Interesting dismissal there. As Davis, of course, makes his appearance at the crate. Was a very busy batter yesterday. When he looked apart, appeared as if he was batting on a different surface yesterday. But today, of course, his work is cut out. Of course, Dominica having a fairly good start. Back of the arm, and Davis looks quite good on the front foot this time. And of course, this brings us to the end of the over. 98 it is for the loss of 4 after 23. So after 23, it's 98 for the loss of 4. Meantime, of course, down there in Grand Bay at Geneva, St. Lucia is 104 for the loss of 4 after 19.4 overs. So St. Lucia is 104 for the loss of 4 after 19.4 overs. So that's the situation down there in Grand Bay between St. Lucia and St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Of course, the captain is on strike still and has done well so far in terms of his productivity with the bat, his efficiency with the bat. Meantime, Aravinda Bishop will continue. In the air, that seems to be another spinner here. Let's just confirm it here. Oh, Bishop who continues. Interestingly, that's the spinner who is able to bowl with both hands. So sometimes you may see him delivering with the right hand, the off spin, and now he's bowling with the left hand. So a sort of ambidextrous bowler. So now he's operating with the other hand from the same end. He bowls with both hands. I've never seen that before. I've heard of it. And of course, appeal for a cut behind. Will he be given out? The captain walks away. And of course, the umpire is also unmoved. So very good delivery there by Bishop. Aravinda Bishop is now bowling with his left hand. Previously bowled with his right hand. I'm talking about in this very same match. Bowling from around the wicket, and Fontaine with his trademark shot, sweeping this one around towards the boundary. Third shot of that kind that he has produced a boundary with. So Fontaine. He's now on 33. Fontaine. And of course, he's not yet off the mark. Bishop from the southern end. Back of a length just outside the off stump. And Fontaine, as always, takes advantage of this one. Just punching there in the gap, just in front of square. There was a huge gap there, and he took advantage of it. So Fontaine is actually doing the right thing, just keeping the score ticking over, and of course capitalizing on the boundaries whenever they present themselves. Continues with the left hand this time, and now he'll be bowling to Davis, Neil Davis, the little right-hander who looked so good yesterday. And this time he just watches this one go by outside the off stump. Yeah, so that's the end of the over. And Dominica is currently 105 for the loss of 4. Mitchell to continue from the north end. Back of the arm. And Fontaine, of course, just turning this one around the corner for a double. Very good run in there between the wicket by this pair. Of course, the fielders had to run a long way from their fielding positions. And of course, Fontaine very smartly placing himself in the gap that would allow for 2 runs and running very efficiently in the wicket. The captain so far has been showing some good batsmanship. Back of the arm, shortish, and on the back foot, punches this one down the ground towards long off, and they will only get 1. Davis is brought into strike. Was very busy yesterday at the crease. David, back of the arm, and is just pushing and can't beat the man in front of him at cover. Mitchell, short. Just attempting the pull shot there, but really not putting much effort behind that. Was more looking to control it, keep it down more than anything else, instead of dispatching it. Mitchell, and Davis is coming forward very beautifully. Very sound for a defensive shot. Really looks good, this lad, Davis. Mitchell, back of a lane fan, just playing on the back foot there, almost lobbing this one to the nearby fielder. So he has to be careful here. It's 108 now for the loss of 4 after 25. So we are at the halfway stage now, 108 now for the loss of 4. Dominica batting. Meantime, of course, down there, St. Lucia is 112 for the loss of 4 after 21 overs. Theo Edwards, the captain, he's on 26. So Edwards, the captain of St. Lucia, is on 26 at this stage. 112 it is for the loss of 4. Down there in Granby. Fontaine to receive strike. Full toss, and he's driving down the ground towards long on. And they will very quietly cross over for a single. So Hillier is operating on the opposite end now. So previously bowled on the northern end is now operating on the southern end. That is the Indian River end, the highway end, the road that leads to the Marigot area, airport. Of course, Davis was so brilliant yesterday. Always busy at the crease. To the his captain will need him, of course, to produce another such innings with him. And this time he's very watchful, just allowing this one to go by outside the off stump. Hillier, meantime, will look to take a few more wickets. Has already picked up 1. The off spinner. And this time targeting the leg stump, but Davis is equal to the task. On the back foot, just punching towards the onside, short mid wicket, and can score. Brilliant sunshine here at the Benjamin Park. Short, and Davis is pulling hard, and he will get 4 for it. A little bit of purchase there, a little bit of bounce at the last moment, and perhaps the batter was struck somewhere just around his box area there, just above the pads. He's a short man, and of course it justifies the appeal. And of course that takes us to the end of the over. So after 26, it is Dow 113 for the loss of 4. Of course, it's time for drinks, and we'll take a short break as well here in the comebacks. And of course, we'll be back in just a few minutes from now. So stay tuned as we continue to bring you the live action right here at the Benjamin's Park between Dominica and Grenada. Don't go away. All right, we are back with the commentaries here at the Benjamin Spark. And Mitchell, of course, is into the attack from the northern end. Bright sunshine here, very clear visibility. As Mitchell continues from over the wicket to Fontaine, who punches towards the offside and picks up a single. So straight away, Fontaine, of course, is continuing to push things along, milk the bowling, and this brings, of course, the busy Davis into strike. Shots, and Davis is on the back foot. The batters attempting the single, but aborting the idea, of course, sent back there by Fontaine. The ball going straight to the man there on about the 30-yard circle at mid-off, or between mid-off and cover. Outside the off stump, Davis just ignored on as it sails past his off stump. Mitchell, a tallish lad, flighted delivery, and he's swiveling this one around towards mid wicket, but will not get the boundary because there's a man deep there, deep mid wicket, or rather cow corner. So there's a man exactly at cow corner. Back of the arm, good length, and just punching down the ground beautifully of the back foot, and we'll get one. So the batters are really just playing some very good cricket there, just milking the bowling and taking the occasional boundaries and keeping the score moving. So of course it's 116 now for the loss of 4 after 27 overs. It's a 50 over match. This is the WINLOTT Windward Islands Super 50 tournament, sponsored, of course, by Super 6. And the story from the middle was that Grenada won the toss and had decided to bowl first. Of course, after assessing the pitch earlier this morning, where there was some preparation moisture. So there was a bit of moisture, and of course the bowlers decided to have a bowl to try and exploit the conditions. But the pitch has since dried up, and it's playing quite well now. So we are seeing less tennis bongs at the moment. Of course, the captain is on strike, flighted delivery, and he's driving elegantly down the ground towards long on, moving from the fence. And Healy, of course, is the man in operation. Chanel Healy, coming in from the southern end, that is the highway end. Flighted delivery, and Davis is driving, but straight to man, and almost getting him run out there. Quick single taken there, risky, putting some pressure on the fielders. So Davis, of course, just handing the strike to Fontaine, the captain, who is well set at the moment. Shot, and Fontaine is pulling past short mid-wicket. There's a man in the deep at wideish long on. Of course, just a miscommunication there in the middle. Davis already thought his man was coming back, but he had already settled and had to send him back. Was only one slip in place, backward point. There's a man deep at cover point, so there's a sweeper down there. So there's a man between cover and extra cover. Good ball there, good length. And Davis is just pushing back down the track, and they can't score. Davis. Really forging a good partnership there with his captain. Very busy little batsman, and his pull. And the batters will scamper through for one more. So two more to the total. And it's now 121 for the loss of 4 after 28. A partnership of 28, is it? 23 rather. So nice little partnership there between Davis and Fontaine of 23 since the fall of the last wicket. Of course, Mitchell will continue, the leg spinner. And of course, he'll be serving up. We've seen who Fontaine. Fontaine is driving hard over the infield there. But there's protection in the dip, and it would so onside shot there, played by the captain towards the mid-wicket area. Davis is brought into strike this time. Mitchell. Oh, bounce and turn there, beating the batter. Of course, Mitchell getting some bounce and turn. Very good leg spinner there. That particular delivery did something more than the ordinary. Another good ball, but well up, and the batter looking to drive there, making contact, but can't pass the fielder between extra cover and cover. Of course, there's mid-off in place. There's mid-on. So there's nobody on the fence in front of the bat. There's one man on the fence on the onside, that is at deep mid-wicket. Somewhere around the cow corner. Short, and he's pulling this one around towards square leg, and that might have gone all the way. Yes, it is. Half a dozen for Davis. Really disdainfully pulling this one around over the fence for 6. Capitalizing on this one there, that short ball. And that is what needs to be done, of course. Of course, batters must be winning and ready. It's quite busy at the crease. He's driving again, but this time finds a man just inside the 30-yard circle on the onside. And of course, that brings us to the end of the over. 128 it is for the loss of 4 after 29 overs. Of course, Fontaine is on 43. Of Nian Davis is on 14. So Fontaine again just showing his quality at the crease and really producing so far a captain's knock. Really stabilizing the innings of the local side. He's on 43 now. Hillier, Fontaine driving, but straight to man. So that man to be posted exactly between extra cover and cover. A very interesting position there. We'll just say in the covers. And he's looking to pull this one there. Appeal for leg before. And of course, the appeal is turned down. Yes, just looking to sweep, rather. Or slog sweep. That's also another way to say it. Slog sweep. Yeah. Hillier. Short. And he's really just gifting his wicket away. And he goes for 43 was a short ball. He could have hit that almost anywhere he wanted to, but for some reason wasn't able to. In their fifth scalp for 128 in the 30th over. Kenny Velma is the man to replace the outgone captain, Fontaine. So Valmo, of course, will be receiving strike. So finally, that partnership of 30 was broken between Sino Fontaine, the captain, and Davis, Liam Davis. Hillier, of course, picking up his second wicket. And he's into his 7th over. Flighted delivery, of course, the ball just dropping on him at the last moment to really look like a big full toss, but the ball descending very quickly at the last moment. Perhaps if Valmo had used his feet, but perhaps it's too early for him to do such a thing facing his first ball. Another goal, and this time he's driving straight back powerfully for 4. So the ball before was a full toss, but dropping quickly at the last moment. Of course, he blocked it. But the second time, he was very keen and ready. Of course. Valmo. Of course, they are now lengthening mid-on. So he's moving from the yard circle towards the fence. And mid-off has been straightened a bit as a result of that last shot that was played. Hillier, flighted delivery, and he's driving. Valmont doesn't look bad at all with the bat. There seems to be any slot with the bat. Seems to be technically okay. And of course, that brings us to the end of the over. 133 days now for the loss of 5 after 30 overs. So we are now heading into the 31st over. Of course, Valmo will keep the strike in this new over. Meantime, Mitchell, Desron Mitchell will continue his work from the northern end. 5. Let's see how he fares out against Mitchell, the leg spinner. And he's on the back foot. Just pushing away on the offside. And they can't score. So it's going to be interesting to see those two. And he's driving straight back to the bowler. So, of course, Valmo really is looking to push things around. So playing some shots now. And this time he's brought into defense. The ball just bouncing a bit from back of the arm. So the spinner, Mitchell, is getting some bounce as well, and a little bit of turn. That last ball made, of course, Valmo somewhat uncomfortable. Flighted delivery well up, almost Yorker length, and of course, the batter can't do anything much with it. Mitchell. Shortish. And Valmore looking to play on the back foot, and they will take a quick single on the onside. Not really getting a hold of it. Don't get the contact that he was looking for. But managed, of course, to produce a single. This brings the busy Davis on strike. Hit some fine shots earlier. And this time he's coming, oh my goodness, fantastically forward. Really looks good, Davis. And that brings us 34 it is now for the loss of 5. Valmore to receive from Hillier, who has picked up 2 wickets already. And this time Valmore is just pushing gently towards the offside, and they can't score. So Valmore is also showing some maturity as well, and some good sense of batting. Just trying to play the ball in its merit. The ground towards long on, towards the mid-off area. Long on having to come in and failed around the 30-yard circle. Of course, mid-wicket also was making his effort towards that area. So 2 men converging on that ball. But, of course, did not prevent the single. Davis, the busy Davis, is on strike. And he's pulling beautifully around the corner, around his leg for 4. Ever since he came to the crease, has been looking to really take advantage of any opportunity that comes in his arc. Displayed some good technique as far as defense, and also some good sense as far as aggression is concerned. Hillier has something to think about now after that last boundary. We'll have to wait and see what he has up his sleeve this time. As we are seeing, of course, the primary school students approaching there, coming from the St. John's Primary. So, of course, the batters are scampering through for an extra. And, of course, Valmore is brought into strike. He's on 7. Davis is on 19. Just a little partnership of 12 since the dismissal of the captain, Fontaine. Hillier to continue his work from the sudden end over the wicket. Flighted down the ground he comes, using his feet, and of course getting a single. It's good to see the batter using his feet there on this occasion. Just leaving his crease and going down the track and driving straight down, presenting the full face of the bat. Very good sign there. And this brings, of course, the busy Davis in the strike. Short, and he's pulling around the corner. Might have been some bat on it. We'll have to wait and see. But the batters are coming back for the second. 2 is the call there. And they'll get it wide, as is signaled by the umpire. So Davis was looking to swivel this one around, but did attack the ball going through. of course, for 2 extras. Hillier just missing his line on this occasion. Hillier on the back foot, punching towards what appears to be the gap there between extra cover and cover. And of course, that brings us to the end of the over. 144 it is now for the loss of 5 after 32 overs. Of course, we are seeing a group of students, primary school students, down in the stands on the western side. All right, just to give you an update of what happening down there in Grand Bay at Geneva, St. Lucia is 142 free for the loss of 6. Is it? Oh, splendid shot by the right-handed Valmore. Of course, when he hits the ball, it stays hit. Valmore. So 143 for 4 is the score down there in Grand Bay at Geneva. St. Lucia batting 143 for 4 after 26. Theo Edwards, the captain, is on 42. Of course, just come back here right here at the Benjamin Spark. So a lovely partnership building here between the two, between Valmore and the busy Davis. Small man by in stature, but not small. He means with the bat. Really has impacted the innings here. That little man. Mitchell, back of the arm, and it comes forward. What a stylish defensive shot. Very reliable technique there. No gap between bat and pad. And the ball finding the middle. Mitchell from behind the hand. And he's on the back foot. That's Davis. And very quickly, they will scamper through for the single. Dive in, Davis, of course, just to ensure that he gets them safely. And rightfully so. Of course, it was a risk. He had struck the ball straight to the fielder there at mid-off. And, of course, he needed that dive to ensure that he would not be run out. Mitchell. Outside the off stump, Valmore ignores it. Outside the off stump, one slip in place. There's a man at point, cover. Of course, mid off, so cover point. In the air, could be out, and he's out. Valmore goes, and he's very disappointed, of course, and I'm sure his teammates alike, because he was really going very well. And, of course, he was undone there by that delivery. So, wide ball. It wasn't a very good ball by... So, Jamie Weekend, of course, is the man taking the catch. Very near the wicket. Very soft dismissal, I must say. Almost just gifted his wicket away. Not sure if he was trying to check the shot or was looking to change his mind at the last moment. But it was too late, whatever decision that he made there. Perhaps he would have been better off attacking it rather than trying to change his shot. Of course, meantime, down there at Grand Bay in Geneva, Theo Edwards, of course, is dismissed. Out there, the captain. So it's now 145 for the loss of 5 down there in Grand Bay at Geneva. Theo Edwards, the captain, just going. So, of course, Edwards, the captain down there, went for 42. Of course, had a good knock. And it's a pity he could not make his half century. course, Joseph is at the crease now to replace Valma. Joshon Joseph. I think it's the son of Glenn Joseph, is it? The son of the former of the Dominica Cricket Association. But it's the Busy Davis who is on strike now. And it appears to be Bishop, who has picked up 1 wicket and bowled 6 overs so far, who will continue operations. And Davis, of course, is on 20 of 29 deliveries. So far, a good contribution. And he's beaten there. All ends up. Of course, the ball going right across him. And of course, that good. Seems as if the bowler is getting some purchase there, some decent purchase, and bowling a very decent line and length. And remember, in the air, just past the bowler, and the batters will get one. Remember that Aravinda Bishop bowls with both hands. Now he's bowling. And Joseph just punches down the ground, finds a man in the cover region, and can score. First Dominica 151 for 6. Joseph, of course. Yorker left delivery, and he was able to block this one out. So, of course, a very good ball there, very smart delivery for the new batter, whose eyes. Bishop, back off a length, and he's bitten outside the off stump. Good, faster delivery, and drifting away from the right-hander. And of course, with this, it's now 151 for the loss of 6. Remember, you are watching the WINLOTT, Windward Islands Under 90 Super 50 Championship in Dominica. And currently, the local side is taking on Grenada. Both teams, of course, searching for another victory here. Dominica losing yesterday to St. Lucia. Davis can't beat the man at mid-on on about the 30-yard circle. And of course, Grenada is also in search of a victory, having lost yesterday. And Davis is showing some real prowess with the bat in defense here. This time, on the back foot, watching the ball very, very closely. Very busy little batsman, Davis. Back of the arm, and Davis is forward, stylishly, and technically sound as well. So really demonstrating some good batting technique there out there. That's the little man, Davis. Shortish, and Davis is pulled in, but we'll only get one for it, as he can't beat the man at mid-on on about the 30-yard circle. And of course, this single brings Joseph into strike. Still a splendid day for cricket. Lovely sunshine here. He's coming forward. And just push it down the ground. Michel the bowler, himself doing the fielding, and they can't score. In the air, could be a chance of a catch. No, the ball falling short near the wicket. Joseph almost getting caught. It's a no ball as well, so it's going to be a free hit. Joseph was almost undone there. Luckily for him, it was a no ball. So had the catch been taken, he would have survived. But he has an opportunity now, of course, to cash in on this free hit. Mitchell going for the big heave. Ball coming off the inside edge, not really getting hold of it, and they would only get one. $154 for 6 it is. Joseph. Full toss, and he's really putting blade to bat there. And he finds the boundary up there at mid wicket. Joseph, of course, can hit a long ball, has very strong arms, and of course taking advantage of that full toss there. So you can't afford to bowl freebies to this man. He will really take full advantage of those if you bowl these to him. Bishop. Think about now. Let's see what he has up his sleeve. Good ball. And of course, Joseph just pushing away on the offside. And the batters will scamper through for one. $159 for 6. It is now at the Benjamin's Park in this encounter between Grenada and Dominica. Of course, Dominica looking to post a competitive total on the board. Meantime, Grenada looking to wrap up the innings of the local side. Aravinda Bishop picking up only the 1 wicket so far. And Davis is brought forward and they can score. So Davis is on 22 now. And the run rate is currently 4.5 runs. And of course, a projected score of 224 runs. So the projected score is 224 at this current run rate of 4.5. Of course, if they can keep their wickets and continue along this path, then likely they can get up past the 200 mark. Davis driving towards long off, of course, and they will get a run. Joseph is running to strike now. Let's see what he has in store with the bat. Bishop, and of course he's kept quiet with this delivery, the Yorker length, and of course that takes us to the end of the over. 160 it is now for the loss of 6 after 36. Meantime, of course, down there in Grand Bay at Geneva, St. Lucia is 170 it is. 147 rather. So it's the 147 for the loss of 7. And they are in the 29th over down there in Geneva. So that's the ladies update as far as that match between St. Lucia and St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Meantime here, Dominica is 160 for the loss of 6 in the 36th order. So I think it's over number 36 ball so far. Yes. Mitchell, well up delivery. The ball striking the Storms on the opposite end. And of course, they can't score. So the umpire has a little bit of work to do there in fixing the Storms. Meantime, Mitchell is bowling his 8th over. So Mitchell is into his 8th over. Shortish, and Davis is on the back foot, on 1 foot, just punching down the ground towards long on, and will quietly cross over for the signal. So Davis really has kept his hand there. Joseph. And Joseph is coming forward. A little doubtful of that ball. So he's not completely certain of Mitchell. Can't really read him yet, but he'll have to do some hard work there mentally to try and work out the leg spinner. It seems as if he doesn't trust the bounce of the ball, of the pitch. He has not yet adapted to the playing conditions. Short and very late, looking to cut, but not making proper contact on that occasion. Mitchell? No side, the off stump. All ends up. Pushing forward there, and the ball going past the outside edge. And of course, with this, it is now 161 for the loss of 3 after 37. So 161 for 6 after 37. Davis, of course, going for 24. So Davis, of course, contributing 24 runs to the scorecard. Had a good knock. Had a couple of partnerships, of course, one with the captain. Had about 3 good partnerships there in this knock. So Dylan John is his replacement, number 10. Of course, the crowd has built here on in the stands on the highway. As Dominica continues battle here against Grenada at the Benjamin's Park. Remember, this is the WINLOTT, Windward Islands Under 19 Super 50 Championship, sponsored by Super 6. As Bishop continues his work from the southern end. This one is allowed. Of stump is wide as Seaman does some exercise. It's pretty cool now at the moment, not as hot as it was yesterday at around the same time. So there seems to be more overhanging clouds. In the air, a chance of a catch there. Number 24 is under it, and the catch is taken. Dominica quickly losing another wicket. So Edwards, of course, Jeremy Edwards taking the catch to dismiss Dylan John. So didn't stay very long at the crease, didn't trouble the scorecard. And of course, Dominica suffering another dismissal. The last match had a very good outing with the ball. In the match before that, before the last, he was dropped, of course, for the last match that they lost against St. Lucia right here at the Benjamin's Park. This time he is back into the lineup, and it's, of course, to operate with the bat. He's more known, of course, for his ability with the ball, very efficient with the ball. And he's coming in, of course, at the end there as a tail ender. Bishop. And Daru is off the mark. So Bishop has 3 wickets now in his 9th over. So 3 for 35 in his 9th over. Joseph just piercing that gap there through point, and will only get 1. Looking to add a few more to his tally of 3 wickets. Beating Dar outside the half stump. Bishop just looking to wrap up the innings here. And Daru is just pushing defensively. Not looking to score, just looking to hang in there and perhaps provide some support to Joseph on the other end. So it's the end of the over. And after 38 overs, it is 165 for the loss of 8. I'm sure they would want to get up at least somewhere near 200, 180 there, about 185. If not 200, at least 180, 85, 185. If they can score another 25 runs from here, I'm sure that will be good for them. Off the edge, through the third man region, no one is there, and the batters will get 2. Joseph is into the attack still as Mitchell continues his work. And he's beaten comprehensively outside the off stump. Little drift there from the leg spinner. Mitchell. And Joseph again is brought into defense here and can't score. So Mitchell is putting it tight here. Back of the arm. Driving over the head of the infielder. And they will get one. Daru is brought into strike. Let's see how he fares against Mitchell. And is into his 9th over. Let's see how the little fellow fares out against him. He's more known for his bowling. And he's driving, but straight to man. Pleasant looking shot, but can't beat the fielder. Just in front of points. And he's coming forward. Looking good so far. Presenting the full face of the bat. And that takes us to the end of the over. 168 it is for the loss of 8. Of course, Bishop is going to be doing his last over. Aravinda Bishop has bowled 9 overs for 36 runs, picked up 3 wickets, so 3 for 36 in 9 so far, going at 4 runs and over. And of course, I'm sure he'll be looking at this one more in his final over. Add to his tally of 3, take it to 4 wickets. Joseph is the man on strike. Full toss and he's driving, but will only get 1. It seems as if there was an opportunity for a run out. Had the throw been better, there might have been a chance of a run out. But this, of course, brings Daru into strike. Bishop. The ball bounced in there and making Daru very uncomfortable. The ball bounced a lot more than he expected and also spun somewhat. So Daru was cramped there for room. And Daru watches this one go by outside the off stump. Daru. Aravind Bishop is using his other hand to bowl now, it seems. Bishop. He's bowling now with his right hand. Mind you, we are talking about the same bowler that we just saw, bowling with the left hand. He's now bowling with the right hand, the off spinner. So he's sort of an ambidextrous bowler. Flighty delivery there, the off break. And Daru, of course, is playing correctly on the front foot and can score. So that's it for Bishop. That's his 10th over, the end of his spell. And after 10, of course, he has taken 3 wickets and conceded 37 runs. All right, so 3 for 37 in his 10. That is Aravinda Bishop. So that's the end of his spell. And of course, I suspect we might see a break or have the umpires decided against that. So we'll have to wait and see what the umpires decide, whether they're going to take lunch or, of course, he's signaling another power play. So the power play is being signaled right now. Of course, Rogers Larocque indicating, and of course, we are taking a drinks break. Of course, so the umpire, of course, just signaling that the players could have a little drinks break. So we are seeing drinks being brought to the players. Welcome back to the Benjamin Spark, of course, to continue the action here between Grenada and Dominica. And of course, just coming from the drinks break. Dominica is 169 for the loss of 8 wickets. Of course, Joseph is on 11, and his partner, Vince Darrow, is on 1. And of course, Mitchell is bowling his final over, is it? And Joseph is beaten all ends up there, just looking to push this one there, and was beaten there, losing his balance, of course. The keeper looking to take advantage of that by removing the bails. But of course, Joseph was well grounded in his crease. Of course, Mitchell just looking to add to his tally of wickets, operating from northern end. He has already picked up 2 in for 29. That's Desron Michel, the leg spinner. Of course, just looking to wrap up the Dominican innings. Michel from over the wicket. And Joseph is driving the ball, coming off the edge, it appears, and going through past the keeper. And the batters will settle for two, and they're looking for a third. Will they get it? And it seems he's safely home. So, of course, picking up 3 runs there on display. So, of course, the score moving up to 172. 172 for the loss of 8. Of course, it was an edge. And the ball going past the keeper and first slip. And there's no one, of course, behind there. No third man. No straightish, I would say, third man. Mitchell. Flighted ball and working this one towards the square leg area. Just in front of square. And Darrow, of course, picks up another run. So the tail now is just wagging a bit and trying to see how much more runs that they can add to the aggregate for 173. Now, short, and Joseph is on the back foot. Looking to cut and defend at the same time. The shot was just a little awkward looking. Michel. And this time, better looking shot, of course, on the front foot, but can't get value for it. Mitchell. Shot. And Joseph is pulling towards the onside. Not getting hold of it as he would have liked, but will still get a little value for it, at least one. And of course, with this, we come to the end of the over. So it's now 174 for the loss of 8 after 41 overs. So that's the end of Mitchell spell after bowling, of course, 10 overs. Picked up 2 wickets. So Mitchell, 10 overs, 2 for 34, going at an economy rate of 3.4. So, so far, so good for him. Not bad at all. And of course, another bowler will have to replace him. Jeremy Edwards is the bowler, who is coming in from the southern end, that is the highway end, the Indian River end. Jeremy Edwards, the left arm medium fast bowler. And he'll be looking to clean up things there for Grenada. And Joseph is the man on strike. The son, of course, of the former president of the Dominica Cricket Association. And of course, the sun has really opened out now. As you will see, the sun has opened its eyes. And clear sunshine here, bright sunshine at the Benjamin Spark, as Dominica continues its battle against Grenada. This is the WINLOTT Windward Islands Super 50 tournament, hosted right here on the Nature Isle of Dominica in the north and south of the island, the 2 extreme ends of Dominica. And of course, we are surrounded by natural, beautiful landscape and vegetation and lovely mountain ranges. Of course, the Caribbean Sea not too very far from us. The Cabrests National Park towards the north. The Indian River, very touristic site as well, located not too very far from us, just a few hundred yards from us towards the south. And a nice looking short square of the wicket there by Joseph. But there's protection in the deep, and that will restrict the batters to just 2 runs. And of course, it's supposed cool cooler today. Somehow. Shortish outside the off stump at the bottom. Missing this one. Looking to apply the blade there on the offside. I'm not sure if he's on the back foot or the front foot, but that's an interesting stroke that he was attempting there. It didn't appear to be playing on the back foot nor the front foot. Just from a standing position, moving nor forward nor back on the front foot this time. So that is a ball he could have played on the back foot as well. So interesting stroke there by Joseph. Edwards from around the wicket to Joseph. And he's driving, the ball coming off the edge and going through, pass backward point for 4. And so, of course, they will take that. The tailenders are really wagging their tail here for Dominica. 181 for loss. The order. Edwards. Was mid wicket. The call is 2. And they'll get it. So the tail is wagging very nicely now for the local side, Dominica. A partnership of 20 between Joseph and Daru. Very significant contribution so far by this pair. Edwards continues from around the wicket from the southern end. And Joseph is beaten there by that delivery. The ball going across him. And that takes us, of course, to the end of the over. 183 days now for the loss of 8 after 42 overs. 8 overs left in this innings. Can they survive overs and take the score to 200 or past 200? We'll have to wait and see. So John Henry, who comes back into the attack from the northern end, has bowled 5 overs already, has not picked up any wickets, conceded 30 runs. Down the leg side, an appeal for caught behind, but Mr. Larrock unmoved, and in fact is signaled a wide. So Daru, the little man, is facing the strike now. Of course, John Henry is the bowler. Of course, captain bringing him back into the attack to try and wrap up the innings of the local side. And he's bowling from over the wicket to the little right-hander. And again, missing his line. It's down the leg side. And, of course, goes all the way for extras. So it's wide and 4. 189 now it is for the loss of 8 wickets. So, of course, the 200 mark. That's how tails really should wag. Slower ball, low full toss, and working this one towards the onside behind square. Of course, the man down there doing some fielding, but without preventing the double, of course. So 2 more runs to the total, 2 more runs to Daru. The score moves up to 9. The little man, of course, contribution, more known for his prowess with the bat, with the ball rather, pardon me. Of course, had a performance in his last showing, and today showing some ability. And it's bold. So, Jayon Henry, of course, getting his first wicket. And Darrow has to go. Dominica losing another scalp. 191 now it is for the loss of 9. Benjamin, of course, is the replacement of Vince Darrow. And that's the final batter. Dante Benjamin. To wrap up things for Grenada and try and restrict the local side to below 200. Henry. Edge towards backward point, and of course the batter will take a single on that. Henry from the Nordland. Wrapped in the pass there, appeal for leg before. So let's see how much more can the tail at mid-off. So that's the end of the innings for Dominica. All out. A short break. And when we return, we'll bring you, of course, the rest of the action of this match. Stay tuned. Don't go away. Welcome back to the Benjamin Spark, of course, for the continuation, the second half of this match between Grenada and Dominica. Dylan John, of course, is the man opening the bowling for the local side. And, of course, Grenada will need 193 for victory. Of course, the openers are in for Grenada. That is Charles and Jordan John. So that's Luis Charles and Jordan John are the openers, of course, for Grenada. And they are in search of 193 for victory. Delivery. The batters are taking a quick single there. Attempt of a run out, it appears. Of course, but the batters doing a very fine job there at running between the wickets, putting early pressure on the opposition. Of course, pressure on the fielders can also force errors, misfielding, and of course that can lead to extra runs. So you have to show that urgency as well when it comes to picking up the quick singles and the doubles. And there goes another run as a result of misfielding. So Grenada, 2 off the account already, 2 in the account. So they are 2 without loss. And Dylan John, of course, was charged with the responsibility with the new ball to make some early breakthroughs, operating from the northern end. So Dominica has to defend 192 if they are to come out on top today. John, appeal for leg before. The ball chickering away on the onside. The appeal is still on for leg before. And Mr. Larrock, of course, turns it down as he does a little bit of leg exercise now, signaling leg by. So already John is asking questions of the batters, and rightfully so. Of course, you have to make full use of the new ball, land the ball in the right areas, and allow the pitch to do the rest. And so far, in his 3 deliveries, ball so far, he has done so of 4 deliveries. John, good length ball again, just troubling the batter there. So John is on target and already posing difficulty to the right-hander. That is Jordan John. It's never easy opening the batting. The ball is new, swinging and moving around, very hard. And so it's a bit more difficult to negotiate it. That's why opening the batting is a specialist position. You have to have training in batting in that particular position because of the nature of the ball and the way that it moves. Of course, that's the first over. 1, it is 3 without loss. Grenada batting. And right now, of course, the sun is not streaming down as it was earlier, but it's pretty cool here. Some clouds in the sky overhead. But certainly we are seeing signs in later on. And of course, there's still enough light here. The visibility is still good here at the grounds. It's a lot cooler here as well. Meantime, Fontaine will come in from the southern end. Good ball going across the right-hander. This time it's Charles who is on strike. He's on 2, and John is on 1. 3 without loss, and of course Fontaine, the all-rounder, the captain of the team, is taking responsibility with the new ball and really looking to make some early inroads into the lineup of Grenada's team. Of course, remember Grenada is in search of 193 So Dominica essentially is defending 192. And Fontaine, the captain, of course, the man who possesses a golden arm, has a knack for picking up wickets, is of course looking to give his team a good start in the field. Of course, both teams coming from lunch. And a little break there. We've got a little rest, at least 35 minutes rest, thereabout. So they are ready to go and to hit it hard out there. Fontaine, genuine all rounder. Of course, contributed 43 thereabout with the bat earlier. The Dominican innings. So he's very key in this lineup. Has a very important role, not only as captain, but as a batter and also as a bowler. So he has three important roles playing in this lineup. That's Usinho Fontaine, can be a very nagging bowler. Keeps it steadily on about the stumps, on about the off stump, asking questions regularly and really putting pressure on the batter. It's not express pace by any stretch of the imagination, but it is his consistency in terms of producing lines and lengths, good lines and lengths, is what really creates the difficulty for the opposition whenever he is into the attack. Fontaine. From over the wicket now, and again asking questions of the batter. Could only defend. 3 without loss. Let's go. A very good shot there by the right-hander. Just showing some dexterity there, playing behind the bat and finding the gap on the offside behind towards the third man area, to be more specific. And of course, Grenada is just looking to have a good start there without losing early wickets. And this time pushing forward, showing some good technique there, getting in line with the ball, and the bowler himself landing the ball accurately in the right areas. That is Dylan John. Rakim Charles is the man on strike. Tallish lad. And of course, just aborting the idea of playing at the last moment, as it was wide, signaled by the umpire. So negotiating the line well there, and, allowing it to go by at the last moment, realizing that there was no need to play at that shot or to play that ball. He's a tallish lad, Rakim Charles. Wrapped on the pass there, just closing the face there. Chance of a run out. Of course, Charles was charging down the track, looking for that extra, but his partner wasn't in line with him, wasn't in tandem with him. And of course, he had to run back and almost got run out. So communication here wasn't very good. So Grenada surviving that last delivery, that last play, without losing a wicket. 5 without loss the score. Of course, Charles is on 2 and his partner also is on 2. Meantime, John will continue. First at the north end, moving in from just inside the 30-yard circle. Again, the ball brushing the pads, drifting down the leg side, John. And of course, that yields an extra. So Dominica, of course, having lost yesterday, looking for a W today against Grenada. John, not a big fellow, and he's driving the ball, just smacking his partner on the opposite end. But certainly would have gotten value for this, and the ball not been intercepted there by his partner. Tried to get of the way, but wasn't able to. The ball was driven quite hard. John, the man on strike. One slip is in place. Deep third man. Fine leg. And it's beaten there. All ends up. Six without loss it is. After 3. Fontaine, of course, will continue from the south end. And of course, he'll be bowling to Raheem Charles. And of course, there seems to be a little issue here on the field with one of the players. And Miss White is making her way back, or making her way towards the field to give him some attention. So one of the batters seemed to have suffered a slight injury. Perhaps he's in some discomfort, and Miss White, I suspect right now, is applying the magic spray. That's what I usually call it. A spray that is able to take away your pains in seconds. So perhaps he has some muscular pain. Perhaps he was struck by the ball. And I believe that's the case. The hard new ball. And of course, he's experiencing some pains. And called, of course, for some medical attention here. Miss White is onto it right now as we speak. Of course, play will resume shortly. Very cool day for cricket here. Of course, we are seeing some dark clouds hanging around. But hopefully, it does not rain already. I'm seeing some showers up in the mountains, especially in the northeast area. Hopefully it doesn't get down here at the Benjamin Spark anytime soon, but it doesn't seem that that will be likely. We'll have to wait and see. That play is not going to be interrupted here by any unfriendly weather, so to speak. Right, so the batter has been dealt with. He has been given some medical attention by Miss White. Resumed. Fontaine. Back of a length, and the batter is equal to the task on the back foot. Presenting the full face there, showing some good technical prowess. That is Charles. Tall man, Charles. The score is restricted to 6 without loss. Charles. There's one slip in place, of course. There's a man at third man, Whitish. There's a deep fine leg on the boundary. There's a man at backward point. There's a man at cover point. There's a man somewhere around the cover area. Shot. Mid off. Mid on. Mid wicket. We are in the power play period, so only 2 men are allowed outside the circle. The 30-yard circle. Shot. And the batter is on the back foot. Perhaps this one, if he was keen enough and quick enough on his feet and with his arms, he could have pulled this one. But perhaps that is for another time, another level in his career. But deliveries like those are smacked away by better batters. It was back of a length, wasn't the quickest of deliveries. And so there are batters who are tough to dispatch this. Fontaine, good length ball, better length outside the off stump. On about the 5th stump there, about. Of course, the batter picking it up and allowing it to pass by. Very cool atmosphere as a result of the change in the weather. Fontaine, the captain, of course, continues his work from the southern end over the wicket. And beaten there outside the off stump. The batter pushing forward, searching for this delivery. And the ball going past the outside edge. So Fontaine is questions now of the openers, particularly Charles, who is on strike now, well up off the edge, and this one goes down towards third man. Fontaine looking to pull, of course, this time around, but wasn't able to make contact. 7 without loss, the score. John continues into the attack. Well up edge and down towards third man. It goes. Of course, this allows single. So 1 more to the total. 8 now it is, without loss. Because both John and Fontaine asking questions of the openers. Finding the edge. Well, still not yet to any avail. Another good delivery there, good length, good line, forcing the batsman to play defensively. So far, the bowlers have stuck to the task, stuck to the plans of a really good length, good line, cramping the batter for room. So Dylan John has really been doing a fantastic job so far. Spawning from just inside the 40-yard circle. Not a very long run up. In the air, straight back. And of course, 2 is the call. So John just pitching up a little bit there on this occasion, and the batter, of course, taking advantage of that. So just waiting for the bat deliveries. And driving straight back. There's a bit aerial, of course. So he has to be careful as well in playing these shots. This time well up and straight back. Midon moves to his left. And of course backed up by Midoff as the ball rebounds off him in his attempt to stop it. So good combination there. Good fielding effort there by the two. John. Again, on the money. Because there's a little drizzle now towards the east, the northeast, even the south. We are seeing the park is surrounded, especially towards the northeast area, the south and the north, by white clouds and of course rain in the background. In here wide on this occasion, Fontaine. So I suspect play might be interrupted at some point from here, perhaps just for a moment. We might see the covers come onto the pitch as a result of the encroaching rainfall from the Round Mountain Range. It may not come, but it may come as well. It sometimes behaves. And there's an appeal for a leg before. And of course, umpire Javid Seaman wasn't convinced enough. So Charles is the man there. Another good delivery. Appeal for leg before. And again, Seaman is unmoved. Fontaine. And again, going past the outside edge, just outside the off stump. Really posing a threat now, Fontaine, to Charles. Fontaine from the sun end again. Attempting the drive, but missing there completely. So Jordan, of course, is the man on strike. Charles is the taller of the two. Jordan, number one. Number one is going up against number one. And again, Fontaine beating the bat. Is that edge? Will the finger go up? No, again. So Seaman is not convinced. Of course, they thought they had the man. The keeper was convinced, it seems. Fontaine showed some conviction there in the appeal as well. But of course, the umpire was not moved. Not a good delivery there. That's the end of the over. And after 6, it is 12 without loss. So, of course, just to give you an update as to what transpired down there in Grand Bay at Geneva, St. Lucia made 179 all out in 36.3, 79 rather, all out in 36.3 overs. So that's the situation down there in Grand Bay at Geneva between St. Lucia and St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Meantime, here at the Benjamin Park, of course, Dylan John will continue his operations from the north, and he's, of course, serving up to Charles. Edged, attempting to cut there, but not quite get in the middle. And the ball going down towards third man in Daru. Vince Daru is the man down there doing the cleanup work. John. Coming forward, but there was some doubt. Wasn't really sure whether to play or leave. And of course, this single brings back Charles into 14 it is now without loss. Charles, of course, attempting the drive there, but it was a good ball there by John, a Yucca lane delivery. So just cramping him there. That's Dylan John. John. The batter is coming forward. So John has been really keeping it on the money here. Doesn't stray from his line, nor his length. And waiting game right now. I'm just trying to maintain the discipline of consistently landing the ball in the right areas. This time a little bit more well up, but the batter can't get it away and can't beat the fielder as well at mid-off. John. And of course, just aborting his run up there, making his way back to the top of his mark. Just missing his run, and of course, doing the right thing. Back of a length, the batter is pushing towards the onside. And of course, just picking up a quick single. So good ball, but of course, the batter was still able to get a single out of it. On 15 it is now, without loss. Fontaine, of course, continues. And beating Charles all ends up outside the off stump. So that channel, it has a channel there that seems to be bothering Charles. Somewhere outside the off stump, on about the fifth stump. That channel seems to be posing problems to Charles. And this time it's closer to him, and he pushes back down the pitch. Fontaine, one of the bowlers who makes the batsman play more often than not. And this time just outside the off stump with a little bit more bounce. The batter just allowing it to go through outside the off stump. So it's a bit quiet now. Not many boundaries are coming in. Things are going relatively slow. Fontaine. Shortish. And the batter Just drops this one towards the onside. Just pass short leg, or rather square leg, short square leg. So, because for a little man, he seems to be getting some bounce off the surface. Fontaine. Now to receive. Good length ball coming forward and opening the face of the bat. This brings Davis, a third man, into play, and they will only get one. Same thing it is without loss. Grenada is chasing 93 for victory here at the Benjamin Park. Edge and down towards the third man area. Davis again is the man doing the fielding down there. Of course, Dominica posting 192 for their wickets. For all out, that is 10 wickets. And so this takes us to the end of the over. 18 it is now, without loss. Dylan John continues from the northern end. Of course, Jordan is the man on strike, or rather Charles is the man on strike. That's Rakim Louis Charles. John. This one strays down the leg side. Outside the off stump, going past the outside edge there. But attempting the drive, perhaps looking to hit on the up. But that could be a dangerous attempt. Perhaps looking to pierce that gap there between point and cover. There's no one out there in the deep. A huge gap there, so perhaps just looking to take advantage of that gap. And again, another good delivery outside the off stump. The batter just negotiating well. They are very patient, just waiting for the bad balls, more or less, not putting himself at risk. Doesn't put himself in harm's way. So he's not going searching for anything outside the off stump. He's allowing the bowler to come to him. And this one is closer, on drive in there, but can't beat Davis, who is at short mid on. Dylan attempting the drive again and beating all ends up outside the off stump. So Dylan John has been going past the outside edge on a number of occasions now, but hasn't been able to find the edge. So John, and this time he allows it to go by. 19 it is now, without loss, after 9. The captain, of course, continues into the attack from the southern end. The batter is on the back foot this time, just pushing back down the track. Of course, both bowlers have been quite disciplined so far, restricting Grenada. They just have not been able to pick up the wicket yet, but have bowled quite well so far. In the air, is that a chance? And yes, it's a catch. Out caught. Fontaine getting his man. It appears to be Jordan. Caught for 6 at mid-off. And Grenada losing their first scalp here. So Kellen Christmas was the man who took that catch at mid-off. It's 19 now for the loss of 1, Grenada. So Kemil Abraham is the batter in now, the wicket keeper. So it's a wicket keeper batsman. He's batting at number 3. So he has some responsibility here. So usually wicket keepers are good batters and they possess a good eye. So Abraham. And it appears Fontaine will be bowling to him from around the wicket. So to the left-hander, he bowls around the wicket, just creating the angle. And immediately he's on the money, but of course, they'll get that quick single. So immediately, Kemil Abraham is off the mark. So at the moment, we have a right-left combination. So right-left combination between the batters. Let's see how Fontaine adjusts. And he's down the leg side. So already having to bowl to the left-hander and now the right-hander. So that's usually the case when bowlers have to adjust, moving from bowling to the right-hander to the left-hander. So it usually creates a little offset in terms of their lines. So and this time a better line. And he's bitten outside the off stump. So Fontaine has been maintaining such good lines and length just outside the off stump. On about the 5th, 6th stump there. That corridor, so to speak. Fontaine again. This time down the leg side. So that's the second time in the over. We are seeing him strain down the leg side. That's not very characteristic of him. Earlier, he was spot on as far as his lines. So it seems as if this new situation with the right-left combination at the crease is posing some difficulty to Fontaine as far as his lines. This time outside the off stump. 22 it is now for 1. Dylan to continue from the northern end. Hasn't picked up a wicket yet. Has bowled 5 overs already, it appears. He did only 13 runs, going only at 2.6 runs and over. So far, very good as far as his economy rate. Only has not yet picked up any wickets. So he hasn't been put away as such. Has been quite economical, but has not yet picked up the wickets. And the sun is out now in all of its glory at the Benjamin Park. A painful leg before. Of course, umpire Rogers LaRock says no. Well up delivery there. The batter was looking to play towards mid-wicket, it seems, and missing this one. And of course, it appears Charles is having a little chat with his partner, asking him to play straighter. So, and usually when batters just arrive at the crease, it is necessary for them to focus on playing with a perpendicular bat, very straight. And he's driving pleasantly, beats Davis, and it's running down towards the boundary, but it may not get there. And of course, the batters are. Meantime, Davis fumbles a little bit more on the boundary, but of course, the batter settles for a free. So a very spectacular looking shot there, very fluent, very elegant looking stroke by the left-hander. And of course, beating Davis there to his right. Of course, this brings Charles into the attack, the tall right-handed opener. And so, of course, it's interesting to see what John is going to produce now. And he's given out. Leg before, the batter looking to play towards mid-wicket. And of course, according to LaRock, that would have gone on to hit the stumps. The batter missing. And of course, it was quite easy for Roger LaRock to make that decision. So Charles goes. He goes for 9. And it's now 25 for 2. So finally, of course, John getting his wicket after bowling 5 overs into his 6th, and just conceding 16 runs for his first wicket in his spell so far. Had to toil hard, of course, for that wicket, and sometimes such is the case. You know, perhaps with a little bit of more luck, he might have gotten more. Bartholomew, Nathaniel it is. Carvon. So Carvon, Bartholomew, the new batter in. The captain of Grenada, Bartholomew. So he has his job cut out for him right now. Really has to shoulder some responsibility. Having lost 2 wickets already for only 25 runs. Remember, the target is 193, actually 92, 93 for victory. And so there's still plenty of work to be done. And so it requires him right now to dig deep and really lead from the front from this point onwards, and try and forge some partnerships with the current partner and others to come. So if he can remain at the crease, you know, and try and make a significant score, that I'm certain can ease the burden of the team as far as getting the runs. And he's driving straight to man, and he's dropped. Joseph is the man, I believe, dropping this one there. It was driven straight to him powerfully. The ball went straight into his chest, and of course, just bumping out. He can't believe he didn't take it. Neither his teammates, of course. And that would have easily been the 3rd wicket. But such is cricket sometimes. And of course, he's off the mark as well. This brings Abraham into strike. Outside the off-stump, beating the Orleans up. Searching for that one. And now it's 26 for 2 after 11 overs. Fontaine. The batter, of course, just nudging this one towards the gully region. And they will scamper through for one. So, of course, Fontaine just looking to add to his tally of wickets. He already has one. Is into his 6th over. One maiden. Just looking to make some further inroads into the top order. Has bowled well so far. Very tidily. Not giving too many away and maintaining very tidy lines and lengths. Asking questions of the batters. And he continues apparently in this vein. And this time he's bowling to the left-hander from around the wicket. The batter, of course, just working this one on the onside with the angle. So well back there by the youngster. 28 for 2 the score. And no boundaries yet, by the way, interestingly. We are into the 12th over and no boundary was hit yet. So that says something about the bowling, of course. And the fielding as well. Although we've seen a couple of catches go down. Fontaine. Just continuing to probe around the off-stump area of that channel. And asking questions of the batters. The captain is driving. Of course, the ball is striking the fielder on the boot. It appears to be Burton, is it? Eden Burton down there? Yes, it's Eden Burton, of course. Just attempting to stop the ball with his feet. And you could see him limping a little bit. So it was a little painful there as that ball was struck hard. Perhaps had no time to get down there. And that was his last resort to try and prevent the ball from going through. Fontaine from around the wicket to the left-hander. Short. And just looking to guide this one towards the goal region. And can't score. Grenada is in a bit of a bother now, having lost 2 early wickets. 29 now for 2, the score. And meantime, Fontaine will continue in search of more wickets, slower delivery. And of course, this one beating the batter there. And that takes us to the end of the over. 29 for the loss of 2 after 12. Joseph is into the attack. Has replaced Dylan John. from the north end. And he'll be coming in from over the wicket to bowl to the captain of Grenada, Bartholomew, who is only on free. And of course has a big task on hand, big responsibility, of course, to help rebuild the innings. So he has to lead from the front now. He has no choice. Dig deep and try and inspire, of course, the rest of his teammates from the front.
Not bad. Keep it tight. Keep it tight.
Joseph making his first appearance there with the ball. Had a good contribution with the bat earlier. And now already starting to ask questions of the batters with the ball. So seems to be a very good all-rounder. Joseph. Back of a lane from the batter. Just guiding this one down towards third man in the person of Vince Darrow. And of course, they'll just get a single. Of course, I remember young Joseph, when he was a toddler, well, perhaps a little more than a toddler, whenever his father would be training with the rest of his brothers that were older than him, he would just send a ball to him, a red ball, and just let him play with it and toss it around and throw it around. And he would do it in his own style, in his own fashion, while his dad would be training the older brothers. And now he's bowling for the Dominica national, under 19 national teams. Pardon me. So it's very interesting how things begin, the origin of a man's career. Just playing around football. And now he's a national bowler. $30 for 2 the score. And of course the captain, or rather Abraham, is on strike. He's on 5. And of course, just looking for some more wickets there to continue adding pressure on Grenada. But after 13, it is 30 for the loss of 2 wickets. So Grenada losing 2 wickets up front at the top. And under a bit of a border now, a bit of a pressure. But of course, we'll be looking to rebuild their innings, just consolidate. That is the captain, Bartholomew, and Abraham. So, of course, meantime, Dominica will be looking to add some pressure by taking a few more wickets. And I'm seeing right now the introduction of Vince Darrow, who had a very good performance in the match before this one. Actually, 2 matches back, to be accurate. 2 matches back, Vince Darrow had a very, very good showing with the ball. Not sure how many wickets he picked up, but perhaps the scorer will assist me with that statistic. But really had a good spell. This little man also contributed to the bat today. So he made his mark. And of course, he's mainly known as a bowler. So he'll be looking to take a few wickets, I'm sure. Off the edge, down towards third man. So Davis has been quite busy in the field down there at third man. Davis had a good knock as well himself early on. And of course, Vince Darrow will look to continue in the same vein as he did 2 matches back. He was dropped in the last match against Grenada. He bowled 5 overs, had 1 maiden, conceded only 7 runs for 3 wickets. So he conceded only 7 runs for 3 wickets in 5 overs. So that this was his figures. These were his figures. All right, 3 for 7 in 5. This fellow who's bowling now. And against St. Vincent, he picked up another 2 wickets and conceded only 2 runs in 1.1 overs. So interestingly, he seems to be a wicket taker. 2 for 2 against St. Vincent in 1.1 overs and picked up 3 for 7 in 5 against Grenada. So those were his last showings, and they were very good. So he's quite competent with the ball. That little fellow. And again, asking questions of the batter on the front foot. And they can't. So Vince Darrow, of course, was brought back into the lineup, into the attack, mainly as a bowler. And his figures does justify that. Very short run up, small man, but very effective with the ball. 32 for 2 the score. So it's drinks now. We'll take a short break. And of course, we'll be back in just a few minutes from now. Stay with us as we continue bringing you live the ball by ball action. Don't go away.
have the Dominicans who scored a decent total of 192. And we have the Grenadians trying to reply 33 for 2 after 14.1. So a bit of a slow going for the Grenadians. But these two at the crease right now, the captain will try to build a partnership and get the team in a better position. Joseph. Brilliant delivery. Beating the batsman. All ends up outside the off stump. Well bowled by young Joseph. Joseph has been bowling well from game one. That's a brilliant shot here by the captain of the Grenada team. Joseph missed his length, pitching the ball up, and he was onto the front foot, driving it over the cover. 4 runs it is. I think the captain of the Grenadian team must have other plans for the Dominicans. He's looking good out there. Bit of a slow going for the Grenadians. This one just dropped it and getting the quick single here with the captain of the Grenadian team. One more to the total. 37 for 2 it remains. Must say there's a bit of some clouds around the area, but no threat of rain for the time. Joseph. Once again, just batsman just nudging it into the mid-wicket area. Taking off for the quick single. One more to the total for the Grenadians. We see a change in the field right now. The slip's coming off, going into the square leg. Here comes Joshan at the top of his mark. Oh, brilliant piece of fielding here by Ersinio. Diving across, getting the ball, and unfortunately he wasn't able to knock the stumps down. That was a bit of a suicidal run there from the Grenadians. Well fielded by Ersinio Fountain. Unfortunately, he could not hit the stumps. One more to the Grenadians total. 40 for 2 it is after the end of 15 overs. We see Vince Daru on top of his mark. Vince is not the quickest of bowlers, but I'll tell you what, he keeps it tight. Here comes Vince. Batsman driving. This one pitched up to him, driving down to mid off. Long off, sorry. One more to the total. Sometimes when you see a bowler like Vince, you feel like you could get the best of him just because he's small in stature. He doesn't bowl quick. But he's the type of bowler who just keeps it on about the off stumps. Doesn't try to do too much. Just keeps it tight. In comes Vince. And a misfield here by the Dominicans. The ball going right through the fielder. Three runs taken there. A bit of a misfield from the fielder in the covers. The batsman went back and caught hard, and unfortunately the fielder could not stop it. 3 more to the Grenadians total. 44 for 2 is the score. Vince just missing his length on that ball. Dragging it down a bit. The batsman got the better of him. In comes Vince again at the top of his mark. Balls well bowled by Vince. Just back of a length. Tucking the batsman up. He could only get bat on that and straight back to Vince. Like I said, Vince is not the quickest of bowlers, but he keeps it tight. Tries his best to bowl straight, wicket to wicket. Once again, on the off stump is Vince. The batsman only could open the face and get one. Cold batting, good bowling, some good cricket going on outside there. This match seems to be an interesting game today. But the Grenadians did well to restrict the Dominicans under 200 runs. They would back themselves to get this total. But the Dominicans would also back themselves to restrict them under the total. Here is Vince at the top of his mark. Balls, batsman caught straight to the field at point. Good stop, no run. End of the over. The score is 45 for 2 after 16 overs. We saw the spinners for the Grenadians had a good going against the Dominican batsmen. When we'll see spin from Dominica, fun the only pace. They've been bowling well, they're keeping it tight. Here is Joseph at the top of his mark. Into the Grenadian captain. Well bowled, well played. Batsman just opening the face of the bat, running it down to third man. One more to the total. Dominica needs to be taking wickets. Keep taking wickets. This one just a bit short. Batsman trying to punch it through the covers. Only could get the man in front of him. No run. Joseph turning at the top of his mark. From around the wicket into the left-hander. This one just staying a bit low. The batsman slashing hard and missing. Good take by the wicket keeper. The ball was dying on him. No run. There's Joseph again on top of his mark. This one, a Batman is caught in over the point fielder. Into the boundaries it goes. 4 more it is to the Grenadian total. 50 is up after 16.4 balls. Not bad going. Joseph just missing his length from the Batman. Rock. Well, ball. Keeping the batsman in check this time is Joseph. Good length, good line on top of the off stump. Batsman can only come forward and play it straight to the fielder in the cover position. No run. Here is Joseph again, turning on top of the mark. Short ball, and the batsman rocks back once more and pulls it into the deep square leg boundary. 4 more runs to the Grenadian total. Dominica letting a bit loose. Dragging the ball down, it was Joshon, and the batsman just rocked back. Get some good bat on it. The ball raced into the boundary for 4 more. At the end of the over, the score is 54 for 2 after 17 overs. Kemil Abraham on 19 and Kovan Befelmi on 14 of 18. These two will look. Had the other game in Geneva, we have St. Vincent 39 runs for 6 wickets down after 13 overs. Not good going at all for St. Vincent. St. Lucian's been bowling well. I must say, St. Lucia has probably the fastest bowlers in the competition this year. The bowlers really have some pace about them. And I think they have the St. Vincent team under a bit of pressure right now. As we see a new bowler into the attack here, Nian Davis at the 1 mile road end, about to take up the attack with some off-spin bowling. Wickets is the order of the day for the Dominicans. Because I think if the Grenadians keep wickets in hand, they will get to the total. So Dominica is going to have to keep chipping at the wickets as the game goes on. Here comes Nian in, pulls, lovely delivery. And the keeper just letting the ball go, and they had a chance to run a quick single. Well bowled though by Nian Davis. The batsman was onto the front foot and he missed it completely. One more run to the Grenadian total. We see Abraham coming on strike now. Here comes Nian. Into Abraham. Well bowled. Well flighted. Bringing the batsman onto the front foot. Could only play it straight back to Nian. No run added to the total. Here comes Nian again. Flighted delivery. Once again, the batsman could only push it back to the bowler. The score remains the same. Here's Nian again. Well bowled by the young man. This one just cramping the batsman for a bit of room. The batsman looking to give himself some room to play to the offside. The ball coming in with the angle. From round the wicket is Nian. Here comes Nian again. Once more, there's no run added to the total. The batsman trying to cut this one for the gap there at point. Could only get the covers fielder. Here comes Nian again. Well bowled by Nian. Bringing him onto the front foot. Flighted delivery on about the off stump. No run added to the total. Only 1 run was off this over. The score remains on. The score is now 55 for 2 at the end of 18 overs. We see the spinners now making their way into the attack. We have a new bowler at the Northern Link Road, and we have Aiden Burton coming in with his off spinners. Here comes Aiden. Into the Grenadian captain. On top of his mark. Short delivery. Batsman rocking back and cut it. There's a sweeper on the boundary, so it's only one run. Score moves up to 56 for 2. I think the Dominicans will take a leap from the spinners from the Grenadian and just carry the ball up, slow it up. The wicket has some spin about it. Things will happen on this wicket for you. We're bowled here by Aiden. A bit slower in the air, dragging the batsman onto the front foot. No run added to the total. This is the sort of pace that you want to bowl on this wicket. Not too fast, not too slow, but you want to give it some time. Well bowled as we have an appeal from the fielders, but the umpire says steady. No. Well bowled by Aiden. Perfect pace on this wicket. Not too fast, not too slow. Once again, batsman is on the front foot, driving straight to the covers. In comes Bitton. Ball down, and this one had a bit more air on it. The batsman, eyes lit up, head went up, did not stay down, and drive completely over the ball. Leg stump rocked back. One more wicket for the Dominicans. Well bowled by Aiden Button. The score now is 56 for 3 after 18.5 overs. So, as I said before, the order of the day for Dominicans is wicket, wicket, wicket. And they want to keep chipping at the wickets of the Grenadians, as they didn't get so much of a big total. So they want to keep chipping at the wickets. Lesser batsmen, and then you could get them out. As we see the new batsman coming in now. I think we're going to see some shots this afternoon from this guy. Aiden might have some other plans though. That's one more delivery in this over. And it's a left hand down strike. He loves bowling to left-handers, from my knowledge. So he'll be licking his chops and trying his best to get this wicket off his last delivery of that over. Here is Aiden at the top of his mark. Wickham settles into his wicket. Delivery flighted. Full on. Wickham was covering up on the front foot. Dot ball. At the end of the over, the score remains on 56 for 3 after 19 overs. We have Kevon Befelmi on 16 of 20 deliveries, and Jamie Wickham, the new batsman who just went in, none of 1 delivery. So it's really difficult going for the Grenadians, I must say. They're scoring at some 2.9 runs per over, needing some 4.4. So the Dominicans will want to keep it tight, keep building on the dots. Here comes Nian, pulls a delivery. The batsman is onto the foot. There was a chance of a run out here, but it was a bit slow from the fielder. Jamie Wickham had to really put the skaters on, because he's not the quickest between the wickets. At the end, the dive was enough to get him home. The score moves up to 57 for 3. I think that was an opportunity gone by from the Dominica. I feel at the point region was a bit on the back foot. I think when we have people like Jamie in the crease, you got to be on your toes and tell yourself, looking to get a run out because you know that this guy is not that fast between the wicket. Here comes Neon Davis at the top of his mark. Wickham just taking his time after that quick single, catching his breath. Here he's settling. In comes Neon Davis. Bowls. Batsman is on the front foot, just guiding this one to the point fielder. No run. I must say Neon started the spell very well. Skipping the batsman. Here comes Neon again. Full toss, a bit of a full toss. Wickham swung. Could only get it to the fielder at mid-on. One more run added to the total. 58 for 3s. I think Neon wants to use the pitch a bit more. Don't get too full, just bowl the ball into the wicket. There's some spin on offer. Here comes Neon. Batsman driving onto the front foot, but just beating the fielder in the covers and going straight down to the long on. One more added to the total. We had some 120 deliveries. The Grenadians could only get 59 runs for 3 wickets. Not bad going at all for the Dominicans. They need another 134 runs off 180 balls. Here we have Aiden at the top of his mark once more. Pulls to the Grenadian captain. He drives down to long off. The fielder getting across, restricting them to only one. Score moves up to 60 for 3. I must say the Grenadian captain looks a bit aggressive. Just by the way he gets onto the front foot and drives. But every time he drives hard. He drives with some purpose. Here is the bowler bringing the batsman onto the front foot once more. Only could get forward and play it. Top is Aiden. Into Wickham. Trying to work it into the leg side. Not getting enough bat on it. Trickle into the field at square leg. No run. Aiden. Mark again. Ambles in. Flights this one. Yorker length delivery. Wickham jamming down on it. The ball taking the out half of the bat. Trickle into the field at point. No run added to the total. The Dominicans are making it as difficult as possible for the Grenadian batsmen. We bowl again. Bringing him onto the front foot. At the end of the over, the score remains on 60 for 3. So it's tough going out here for Grenadians. But I don't think they will be much bothered because they only need 133 runs of some 174 balls. A lot of balls in the bag. So these batsmen out there would probably need to just bat balls, build a partnership, and then we could probably see some mistakes happening from the Dominicans with a partnership building. I think the captain of the Grenadian team has an important role to play out here today. He's been getting stats, not getting the big scores. Here's Neon flighting this one, and the batsman driving straight back past Neon. It's only 1 run because we know Wickham is not coming back for 2. 1 more added to the total. This ball was just overpitched here by Nia, and I think we got to wicket more. Yes, you want to flight it, but you want to land it on that length. The corridor of uncertainty. Wickham is back and caught in. Down to the sweeper. Total. Potentially, this game could go down to the wire today. Looks like an interesting game building up on our hands today. Any other batsman, there would probably be one. But I don't think Wickham is going to risk running and getting run out. So, no total. Here comes Davis again. And this one, the batsman is slugging. And that's a drop catch there. An easy catch. And he went too nonchalant and as if it was too easy for him. And he dropped the catch. This could spell trouble because I tell you what, this was the captain of the Grenadian team we dropped. Who's that? That's Valmont, Kenny Valmont. He never looked like he was comfortable under the catch. And he spilled the catch. Here comes Davis again. Driving as we come. The ball once again follows Kenny. Well, this is what normally happens in cricket. You have a drop catch or a misfield, and I guarantee you the next ball will come back to you. We say the ball follows the fielder when these sort of things happen. So this young man just got to put up his head and take the other one. This is what pressure will cause. You keep building dots, then the batsman feels like he has to do something about it. Here's Davis again on the off stump, and the batsman could only push this one into the covers. Straight to the fielder. No. After some 22 overs. Still not up to the score, the run rate. The current run rate is 2.9 and they require some 4.6. So as long as the Dominicans keep building pressure, eventually the run rate is going to get above 6, and that's when we're probably going to see some more shots from the Grenadians. And in that process, I feel the Dominicans will probably get some more wickets. So all they have to do is keep building the dots, keep building pressure, and keep taking the chances when they come. We have Aiden on top of his mark, about to start a new over. Wickham on strike. Wickham settles. Here's Aiden. Short ball, and Wickham is back and cut in. One more to the total. Aiden again once more, this time to the right-handed batsman. Captain of the Grenadian team. Here is Aiden. Delivery flighted on about the off stump. Batsman could only play it straight back to Aiden. But he feels no run. Here is Aiden again. Flighting this one. The batsman is opening the face. Letting the ball go. 2 runs added to the total. Score moves on to 67 for 3 after 22 points. 1 run shot signaled by the umpire. So I feel like that was Wickham not making it to the crease and turning 1 run shot. We're bowled by Aiden once more, dragging the batsman onto the front foot. Flight in this one is Eden. Batsman drives. Down to mid, long off. Fielder comes across, fields it, throws the ball in. The score moves up by one more run. 67 for 3. Dot ball. Wickham coming back and trying to cut. Ball bouncing and into the field at point. End of the over. The score is 67 for 3 after 23 overs. There's Neon pulling this one. Batsman drives, only get the inside edge. Straight to the fielder at the mid wicket position. No run added to the total. There's Neon Davis again on top of his mark. Pulls this one. Good fielding by Neon. Diving across and getting some hand onto it. Preventing the single. So Neon is looking to build some pressure for his team. Not doing badly so far. Here is Neon again. Pulling this one. And I think the fielder just dived over this ball. One more added to the total. 68 for 3. Here is Neon. On top of his mark. The wicket. Wickham settles. We're ball again. I think he needs to leave majority of his deliveries in and around that area, just on top of the off stump. Nice and straight, forcing the batsman onto the front foot. Here is Niam again. In. Ball. This one is short and Wickham rocks back. Gets it into the gap over the cover fielder and he's back for 2. So Wickham and the captain looking to build a partnership for Grenada. Here is Nian in, bowls, and Wickham lies flat, covering up his stumps. End of the over. The score moves up to 70 runs for 3 wickets after 24 overs. So Grenada did some 123 runs of 156 balls. They'll be backing themselves to get them runs, especially if Wickham and the captain at the wicket. So Dominicans gonna need to have to take some more wickets in order to put themselves in a better position in this game. We have Aiden continuing at the top. There is Aiden. Just bowling this one full. Batsman driving this one to the long off fielder. One more to the total. Here is Nian. Kenneth, sorry. Top of his mark. In. Bowls to Wickham. The ball struck him on the pad and the fielders went up. The umpire just putting his head down, not acknowledging the appeal of the fielders. So this one looked like it was going down the wicket, down the leg. One more run added to the total. The Grenadian total moves on to 72 for 3. Here is Nian Kenneth in bowls. Aiden Burton, sorry. Must say the spinners have been bowling well, keeping the batsman in check. But these two batsmen also been playing well, not looking to do anything extraordinary, as they know that they doesn't have no too much of a big total. All they has to do is push the ball around, put away the bad balls, and they will be victorious in the end. But Dominica spinners might have some other plans. Here is Aiden again, once more on top of his mark. Here comes Aiden in, bowls. This one just bunks in a bit. Bunks and turn here for the young man. As I said before, I think they need to bowl the ball a bit slower in the air. Give it some time to do something off the pitch. Because we saw for the Grenadians, the spinners were bowling the ball slow. Here's Aiden again, slowing it up, and batsman almost driving it straight back to him. So this is the sort of pace the spinners need to bowl on this track. Not too quick, just hold it back a bit, and things will happen for you. End of the over, the score moves up to 75 for 3. After 25, halfway stage it is 75 for 3, so not bad going. Some 118 runs needed of 150 balls. So good cricket at the Benjamin's Park. We have a good contest on our hands. Here is Nian again in, bowling a lovely delivery, flighted, and the ball just dipping at the last moment on the batsman. He could only stab it back straight to the midfield, the fielder, the mid-wicket position. Here is Nian again, bowling well, flighted delivery, and this one is hit into the mid-wicket area. They go for one, looking to come back for two. But it's only one, as Wickham was never coming back for two. As we see this partnership building, some of the Dominicans fielders are a bit non-vocal at the time. I think they need to stay in the game, keep supporting one another, because they're not doing too bad. As we see this delivery, flighted and ball turning and bouncing. The keeper just doing a bit of a meal there. Not watching the ball all the way into his hand. I must say, for someone who's not a regular keeper, he's not looking that bad. Good stop, as just to strengthen on my point. This delivery was down the leg side, and he was quickly onto it, skipping down the leg side and preventing it from going for some byes. Dominicans just need to keep it tight as I welcome back again Crampton.
Yes, good afternoon to you. Good afternoon to, of course, viewers and listeners wherever you are on Ireland and the rest of the region. And we have a contest, of course, between Dominica and Grenada. Of course, this pair checking the fall of wickets, as you quite rightly pointed out earlier, and really developing a very healthy partnership, and really putting up some resistance here to the bowling attack of Dominica. Seems to be very easy batting now for this pair. And of course, Vincent Luis, I must, of course, for holding up for me for that little half an hour. Yes, of course, you are watching the WINLOTT, Windwards Islands Under 19 Super 50 tournament, sponsored, of course, by Super 6. Of course, the host island being Dominica. And, of course, there will be games tomorrow, or rather Friday. Tomorrow is an off day. Pardon me. And of course, St. Lucia currently is taking on St. Vincent and the Grenadines down there in Grand Bay at Geneva. So 2 games are on at the moment. And Dominica is currently 79 for the loss, or rather Grenada is 79 for the loss of 3 wickets. Of course, this pair doing some damage work there, some repair work I should say, the damage that was done earlier. And so far, doing well. Vincent?
Yes, Crampton. This two has batted really well. Not looking to do anything extraordinary, just looking to work the ball into the gaps and put the bad balls away. I must say they've been looking good so far.
Yes, certainly. They've been picking the gaps and taking the occasional boundaries. But importantly, keep the score ticking over, and rightfully so, of course, in the context of the match. But they will also need to pick up or take advantage of the boundary scoring opportunities, because you don't want to continue playing in that particular vein, and in the back end of the innings, you find yourself under immense pressure where balls are running out. So, just to check the scorers, there's 114 more runs required of 144 balls. So there are more balls left than runs, but as you can see, the difference is not far apart. There's not a big gap between runs to be made and balls left. So with some good overs bowled in there, perhaps a few maiden overs in between, you can reduce the gap between runs left to be made and balls left. And that is when the pressure will begin to build, when you need more than a runner ball, especially in the back end. But so far, good. Of course, they have 7 wickets in hand doing some this. That is the positive of this innings. And there's still a good number of overs left. Vincent? Because Button has bowled, or rather, 4.2 overs thus far, and conceded only 11 runs. Has picked up the 1 wicket, and is going at 2.5 runs and over. So his economy rate is healthy, it's very good. So they are not tearing him apart by any stretch of the imagination. And this fellow on strike at the moment is really showing some good batsmanship, Vincent.
Yes, they're not doing bad at all. Just looking to keep it simple, respect good balls, and put bad balls away. As we see this one, the batsman rock back and trying to cut it past the fielder in the covers. But a senior fountain it was, diving across, one-handed stop. No run added to the total.
Yes, of course, he was actually reaching for this one. It was wideish outside the off stump, using the full length of the bat and stretching in addition to get to it. And again, he's in defense, covering up his stumps very nicely, presenting no space between bat and pad. So technically, he does look good as far as Button, back of the arm, down the leg side, and he helps it away. And it goes all the way, it seems, to the boundary. So it's 4 for Grenada. Of course, Aiden Button just missing his line and length as well. The batter very easily just helping it away towards deep fine leg for 4.
I'll tell you what, I thought that was Aiden Button trying something different, just trying to bowl a leg spinner, getting the ball to come back into Wickham and dragging it down. And Wickham was on top of it quickly, swiveling around and pulling it into the boundary for 4 more.
Yes, and rightfully so. Of course, taking advantage of that scoring opportunity. He saw the opportunity. It was short. It was drifting down the leg side. And he knew exactly what he needed to do. And got it done. So, of course, as you quite rightly said, Burton doing something different. Right? He's normally an off spinner, right? He's an off spinner normally. And, of course, in the last few deliveries, we see him attempting the back of the hand. That is the leg break. And on that last occasion, of course, missing his line and length completely, and just gifting literally a boundary to the left-hander.
As we see a new bowler into the attack, we have Kenny Valmon coming into the attack from the 1 Mile Road end, bowl some more off spinner. So it's spin, spin, spin for the Grenadians. As the first ball from Kenneth is down the leg side. Wide it is. One more run added to the total.
Yes, and again, taking advantage of that scoring opportunity, getting the boundary all along the carpet. Full toss, and again, attempting to pull this one. Aish, full toss, not getting hold of it. And of course, can't beat Burton. It's shot mid wicket. But just missing his grip there, it seems. And wasn't able to land the ball in the desired area. Shortish, and this one is pulled away, and of course it goes over the boundary. Saved the six, but the ball landed inside of the rope and trickled back into the fence. At first it looked like it was going to be a catch taken, but he was only able to prevent the six. Instead, of course, the 4 runs was achieved there, but good effort, I must say, Vincent Lewis, on the boundary. Yes, seriously, yes, that's exactly what transpired. Only prevent the 6, but not the 4. Of course, Valmo missing his line on this occasion and gifting another extra to Grenada. $94 for free, the score. Valmo. And just guiding this one through the third man region. And of course, they'll come back for the second. So they're showing some finesse with the bat. Playing behind the bat. A late dab. Reminds me of Joe Root. So the captain, Bartholomew, is on 42, and his partner, Jamie Wickham, is on 12. So, of course, they still need another 96 runs to make of 122 deliveries. And, of course, there's still some work to be done. Grenada really checking the fall of wickets and building a very healthy partnership between these two. That is Wickham and Bartholomew. And they've done a fantastic job at that. And really, and the batter is in defense there on the back foot. And they can't score. So he bowls just a touch slower than the other spinners. So that allows the ball to spin and to bounce a little bit and also deceive the batter in the air. So that's a bit quicker on this occasion and shorter. So he's looking to vary his bowling a bit as well. So he doesn't want to become too predictable, and rightfully so, especially to two set batters. Flighty delivery, and he drives over long on, all the way it goes for 6. Ease my way to 6. That's a wonderful shot. Swing it over the deep corner area, as we call it, long on, just between long on and deep mid wicket. Yes, he has been quite busy ever since the start of his innings. Of course, he had to weather a little bit of storm here, applied some discipline, take some responsibility, absorb some pressure as well, seeing that his team was in a bit of a border. They had lost 2 early wickets when the captain appeared at the crease. And so he had to really dig deep and absorb pressure at time and forge a partnership with Wickham. And they've done that. They're beginning to cash in, as we just saw in that last shot. Of course, the bowler just over pitching slightly. Batter captain Bartholomew, of course, pouncing on this one there and getting a maximum. As we see a new bowler coming into the attack, captain of the Dominican team, Senior Fontaine, taking up the attack. Trying to get the wicket for his team. Yes, the captain. Yeah, certainly they really need to break this partnership at this moment because they are looking a bit dangerous now, this pair, especially the captain, Bartholomew. We can provide him some very strong support on the other hand. So they've really showed some real resistance. And the captain, of course, just looking to break that partnership. Chance of a run out there, of course. But we can make it safely home. A diving effort there at the end. And so Dominica has to be careful now because these two are well set and they are actually stretching that partnership. And so they have to be careful that that partnership doesn't grow much bigger than it is now. Yes, and of course, both batters are of two different nature. One is a bit more aggressive than the other, obviously, and so I think they are both complementing each other quite well. So they are both just playing their own game, but in partnership, and it's working out quite well for the team, for them as a pair, and for the team. 50 partnership already registered by this pair, so it's really working for them. That partnership, uh, the difference in style between both batters. He's not just blocking, but he's milking the bowling that is Wickham. So he's keeping the score ticking over. And the other man on the other end is also taking advantage of boundary scoring opportunities as well. So he's 49. So the captain, Bartholomew, is 49, just one shy of his half century. And currently it's 106 for free. Of course, it's time for drinks. And of course, we at the Combox will also take a short break. And we'll be back to bring you the rest of the broadcast. Stay tuned.